It's nice to see so many of you. Welcome to the County Planning Committee on today, the 5th of March, Wednesday 2025. I'm George Richardson, Chair of the Committee, and I'll be chairing today's meetings. This meeting will be broadcast live through YouTube, so I don't want any misbehaving. There will be people here who will go away disappointed and those who go away happy. Now, that is always the state of play at a planning committee. We can't change that, so we don't need any booing, any hissing or any of that sort of thing if it goes against your particular choice. Before we commence today's formal business, I'd like to cover some housekeeping issues with you all. Please, could I ask everyone to switch off or make silent their electronic devices? And when invited to speak by myself, will you go to the microphone nearest to you and introduce yourself? Now then, we have a number of officers here this morning with us who I'll ask to introduce themselves, so we all know who's who, and I'll start with Kirsty on my right.
Kirsty Charlton, Committee Services.
Neil Carter, I'm the solicitor to the committee.
Stephen Reid, I'm the Planning Manager, Chair.
Chris Shields, Senior Planning Officer.
David Gray, Senior Landscape Officer.
Claire Teasdale, Principal Planning Officer.
Phil Harrison, Highway Development Manager.
Brian Weatherall, Drainage and Coastal Protection.
Helen Barber, Rights of Way Officer.
Nick Baldrini, Historic Environment Record Officer.
Joe Dixon, Principal Public Protection Officer.
Stuart Priestley, Ecology.
Thank you, everyone. Are we good to go, you boys? Thank you. Moving on to the agenda. Do we have any apologies for absence, Kirsty?
Councillors Curra, Jopling and Smith.
And any substitute members?
Councillor Peake for Councillor Curra, Councillor Sutton Lloyd for Councillor Jopling and Councillor McLean for Councillor Smith.
And any declarations of any interest from, yes, Craig?
Craig Martin, Councillor for North Lodge and Chester Street. Declaring interest in 5A, I've made some comments that would prejudice my ability to make a clean decision in this, so I will be removing myself from the debate, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Craig. Moving on to the minutes of the meeting held on the 5th of February 2025. Can we agree those minutes, please? Thank you. Now it's moving on to the applications to be determined, and before we start I will just mention the order of business has been changed slightly to accommodate members who need to get away to work, so item C will move up and become item B. The only other thing is I will mention to you, Ian Galloway, you've asked for 4 minutes each to speak. Now, we're only able to offer 3. It may have been a different situation had there been no local members to speak and no parish councillors to speak. In the case of the parish councillor, well, that's why we give them the big bucks. So I'm sorry, but 3 minutes each, and that'll be reciprocated to the other side. So starting off with 5A, Christopher Shields, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application is for the installation and operation of a ground-mounted photovoltaic solar farm, electrical substation and associated infrastructure. This is an application which was previously considered and approved by the Council in March 2023. The decision was subject to a legal challenge by a local resident and was subsequently quashed by the High Court. The effect of the decision by the High Court is that the application refers to a predetermination state, and therefore, for clarity, this is the same application that was considered in 2023 and is not a resubmission. Now, before going any further into the presentation, there are a few updates to the proposed conditions. So if you have the report open, please turn to page 45 to begin with the conditions and recommendation. Condition 3 currently reads as follows. The consent is granted for a period of 40 years from the date of first export of electricity to the grid. Within 1 month of the date of first export, written confirmation of the same shall be given to the local planning authority. That's part 1 of the condition. The second part is, before the expiry of the 40-year period hereby approved, the building, structures and infrastructure works hereby approved shall be removed and the land restored to its former condition in accordance with the details to be submitted and approved by a local planning authority. The approved details shall then be implemented in full within 6 months of approval of those details. Now, condition 4 actually deals with the second part of that condition, so it is our proposal to remove that whole second part beginning before the expiry of the 40-year period. So it would only be the first 2 sentences of condition 3 that would remain. At condition 6, the first bullet point within the construction management plan guidance should refer to guidance on the assessment of dust from the demolition and construction dated 2024 version 2.2 rather than version 2.1. That's just the latest guidance. And condition 8 needs to include the requirement for a noise report to be produced at the request of the local planning authority within 28 days. So they're the only updates to the conditions. Here, the site's located on land to the north of Burnhope, with the main construction access being from Edge Lane to the west of the site and future maintenance access being from Green Lane to the east. So if we look on the plan here, this is Edge Lane to the west there, Green Lane over to the east. Since the application was considered in March 2023, several changes have been made. The main change is the battery storage system has now been removed. The smaller changes are the removal of the proposed hedgerow from the northern section of the site. I can just show you here, if you look at the pointer, there would have been a hedgerow there that's no longer required, as it didn't provide any screening value, and the removal of a section of fencing from the central section of the site, which is approximately here, which would have doubled up an existing fence. In addition to the on-site changes, development now includes an area of off-site biodiversity enhancement on land to the north of the site, which forms part of the Chapman's Well Nature Reserve. The works will be carried out by the Council's Countryside Service and will involve the improvement of habitat for ground nesting birds, including curlew and skylark. The applicant would provide full funding for the works and long-term management, and this would be secured through a Section 106 agreement. So this is the area shown in purple on the plan there. That's all off-site works on the Chapman's Well Nature Reserve. The aerial photograph shows the site in relation to field boundaries. Burnhope's visible to the south of the site, Maidenlaw to the west, and the existing solar farm at Greencroft can be seen to the northwest corner. So this is an existing 5 megawatt site up here. Just off the aerial to the north is the council's own solar farm at Morrison Busty. So this is the site layout showing the grid connection to the north. That's up to the Morrison Busty substation. You can see the solar arrays in blue. Substation is highlighted in red on the western corner there. Then you've got screen planting on the southwest corner. That will be added onto existing plantation. You can just see that on the aerial there on the western side of the site, and that would just be continued down. And then in the southeast corner, that would be land set aside for on-site bird mitigation. So a main issue that's been highlighted throughout the consultation and determination that this application has been public rights of way. So this plan shows public rights of way within the vicinity of the site. Footpath 24 is highlighted in yellow there. You can see that running from towards the centre of the plan there over to the northwest corner. This was the original route of this path prior to land being surface mined in the 80s and 90s. Following restoration of the surface mine, the site, the land, the footpath, was not reinstated on the original alignment, and a new route was created, which is shown by the dotted blue line running north to south on the plan. Whilst the original alignment of footpath 24 is not used and is physically blocked by walls and plantation, to facilitate the installation of the solar farm, it must be formally stocked up. An application to do this is being dealt with separately by the Department for Transport. The footpath shown by the blue dotted line would be retained as part of the development with improvements to accessibility, mainly in the form of removing stiles. If we look at the photograph here, these are the stiles on the left there. That's the entrance from the bridleway to the west of the site. And then at each field boundary, there is another stile to get across. And as you can see from those, it does inhibit accessibility, and also with them being a narrow point in the site, it does corral people in, and they're very muddy. So part of the proposed conditions is to improve accessibility on this footpath alignment. And that would include removing these stiles and making the footpath more attractive. Okay, this is a view from Edge Lane, which was the main construction access. Once construction's finished, this wouldn't be used anymore, and it'd be available for people to park and use it as access to bridleway. And this is the Green Lane access, which would be used for maintenance once the site's constructed. This is a view of the north area, looking north away. It's this point where the revisions to the plan would remove the hedgerow. So you can see it's not really screening anything from that view. There's already plantation at the far north of the site. This is in the central area of the site, looking south back towards Edge Lane. This is the southern area of the site, looking towards Burnhope, which is off to the right of the picture there. So looking from Edge Lane across the site. Now, where you see the white car in the picture there, that field edge would be planted up with plantation to meet with the plantation that you can see in the distance, and the solar panels would be in the field beyond that. In the foreground here, you can see a green sign indicating there's a footpath there. It's an unregistered footpath, and that leads into the plantation woodland, and then onwards into Burnhope or around the circular route. So now we'll move on to the consultations and representation section. So we've had no objections from statutory consultees other than parish councils, and no objections from internal consultees subject to conditions where appropriate. Landscape officers and access and rights of way officers have raised concerns regarding the impact of the development that would have on the aesthetic and recreational value of the public rights of way within the site. Burnhope Parish Council objects due to the scale, impact on local residents, wildlife and agricultural land, the loss of connectivity for wildlife, potential loss of public footpaths, lack of evidence for job creation and insufficient planning gain are also concerns. The parish has also highlighted that there was a High Court ruling in February 2024 which found the original application unlawful, yet a nearly identical proposal has been resubmitted. Greencroft Parish Council objects as they consider the site not to be suitable for a solar farm, and that our agricultural land should be used as a last resort. The land should be preserved for food production and the benefit of local residents. Lanchester Parish Council raises concerns about the cumulative impact of multiple solar farms in close proximity, requesting a full assessment of social, environmental and economic effects before the approval. Now, because this application has already been to committee and determined, we've done many rounds of consultation. So before the 2023 decision, we sent out letters to 788 neighbouring properties. We received 466 objections and 19 letters of support prior to it previously being determined in March 23. Now, following the High Court decision and reconsultation on the application, we received an additional 139 objections, 49 letters of support and 2 general comments. So it gives us a total of 605 objections, 68 letters of support, and 2 general comments. In terms of objection, the main issues include impact on landscape and public rights of way, scale of the development is too large, harm to biodiversity, loss of agricultural land and food production, impact to residential amenity, inefficiency of solar panels, impact to house prices, and insufficient community fund. Objections received in the past week have stated that the location of the site is not clear, with the address allegedly varying between documents and a postcode being used that refers to a property not located on the site. This is being addressed at paragraph 290 of the officer report. The address provided on the application form and other documents provides an indication of the general location of site. The site location plan and site layout plans show clearly exactly where the site is located and how it will be laid out. It is therefore considered there is no ambiguity or lack of clarity in relation to where the site is located. In terms of support, 68 letters of support received. The majority of letters cite renewable energy to be the main benefit, but it has also been stated by landowners that the poor soil structure is unsuitable for arable crops, and animals to be kept on site have been scared by dogs and fences cut, allowing livestock to escape. Luke Akehurst, Member of Parliament, objects due to the excessive size, more than double Burnhope size, and highlights previous High Court ruling on exceeding the 50 megawatt limit, stating the same number of panels remain. He also argues the scheme's impacts outweighs the community benefits. The Council for the Protection of Rural England objects to the loss of agricultural land, potential landscape harm, including an area of high landscape value. Just to be clear on that, the site isn't on an area of high landscape value, but there is one to the immediate west of the site. They also cite impact on public rights of way and says insufficient information on biodiversity net gain and the battery storage, which again has been removed from the application now. Durham Wildlife Trust objects due to lack of mitigation for breeding birds, concerns over biodiversity net gain, a missing landscape and ecological management plan and monitoring plan. Just to clarify, that's all been updated since then. We do have all of those documents. Councillor Oliver supports solar power in principle, but opposes the proposal due to excessive scale and residents' concerns over village impact, wildlife and walking routes. Also criticises the lack of sufficient community benefit compared to the operator's revenue. Councillor McGorn objects to the project's scale being out of character and its significant adverse effects on wildlife and the landscape. Residents raise concerns over the loss of walking routes, visual impact and fencing, and lack of local financial contributions or direct benefits from the generated electricity. Now we're going to get into the reason why we're looking at this again, and this was the High Court decision which we received in February 2024. So, the Council received notice of an application for judicial review of Planning Permission number DM 22-01769 FPA on 9th of August 2023 by Mr. Ian Galloway. That is this application. The claimant alleged that a specific type of solar panel was to be used on the site and that this would result in the energy generation capacity of the site exceeding 50 megawatts, and the decision was therefore unlawful. 50 megawatts being the capacity limit for which Planning Permission can be granted under the Town and Country Planning Act 1990, and that is the act that we act under as a council. The hearing was held on 17th of January 2024, and the judgment was issued on 21st of February 2024. The claim was allowed, and the decision to approve planning application, this one, was quashed on one narrow legal ground. The judge stated that the defendant, the council, failed to take into account an obvious material consideration, namely addressing whether it was approving more panels over a larger area than were required to produce the stated and lawful electricity generating capacity. Whilst the claim was allowed, the judge dismissed the assertion that the development exceeded a capacity level that the council could determine as a planning application. So, the conclusion of the judgment, which is set out at 93 of the judgment, if anyone has it to hand, is set out on the screen with the key points highlighted in bold, but I will read it in full for you. Having rejected the first line of challenge and having accepted the second line of challenge, I can now record my answers for the reasons set out in this judgment to the agreed issues, and they are noted as AI throughout this. So in terms of agreed issue 1, no, the original grant of planning permission did not approve Trina 685 WP panels and thereby purport to grant planning permission for a generating station with a capacity of 50 megawatts or more, indeed around 75 megawatts. Agreed issue 3. And no, the Planning Commission was not therefore unlawful because the defendant approved a scheme which cannot be authorised by Planning Commission, or because the defendant approved a scheme which isn't capable of being built out in full as a matter of law. In relation to agreed issue 2, but yes, applying the conventionally used combined panels method and subject to an assessment of reasonableness of overplanting, the Planning Commission correctly interpreted did approve such a very large number of and area of solar panels that they could only have a capacity under 50 megawatt if the panels were considerably below the power panels conventionally used and available. And agreed issue 3, and yes, the Planning Commission is unlawful because the defendant failed to take into account an obvious material consideration, namely addressing whether it was approving more panels over a larger area than were required to produce the stated and lawful electricity generating capacity. And then finally, in agreed issue 4, and no, since the original grant of Planning Commission was in this respect unlawful, this cannot be saved by quashing by the non-material amendment purportedly made under section 96A of the 1990 Act, given that it was an amendment to an original Planning Commission which was in this sense unlawful. And yes, 2 aspects of the non-material amendment, as correctly interpreted, would in any event have meant that non-material amendment was not in those respects lawfully granted. In summary, the judge is stating that the council should consider if the development and lawful energy output could be delivered on a smaller area. To assist with this assessment, the applicant provided an overplanting statement to demonstrate that the number of panels in resultant site area were required to deliver the output of 45 megawatts alternating current to the grid. The statement showed that the development would not be excessively overplanted and would be comparable with other solar farms that are being approved in Durham and across the country. This is set out in detail at paragraphs 140 to 153 of the officer report, and I would urge you to have a look over them if you haven't already. So, in summary, the application has been returned to the Planning Committee in order to address the High Court decision to quash the previous approval. The development would provide a significant renewable energy source, providing clean energy to over 13,861 homes, reducing dependence on fossil fuel power stations, with additional employment benefits, as well as biodiversity and landscape improvements. Whilst it is accepted that the proposed solar farm would have an impact to the landscape and rights of way, it is considered that the benefits of the development in terms of energy supply and security, support for renewable energy, biodiversity enhancements and job creation would outweigh that harm in accordance with County Durham Plan Policy 33. The proposals have generated significant public interest. Concerns expressed regarding the proposals have been taken into account and carefully balanced against the scheme's wider social, economic and public benefits. All of the material considerations have been taken into account in the determination of the solar farm application and found to be acceptable. The proposed development is considered to broadly accord with the relevant policies of the County Durham Plan and relevant sections of the NPPF. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for that, Chris. Now we've got quite a few speakers with this. We've got 2 parish councillors. We've got 2 local members, although I understand, Doug, you don't wish to speak and Mike's going to speak. Sorry, put your mic on. I couldn't hear.
Sorry, I was just saying that as I spoke at the last meeting, Mike will speak to on both our behalves and give more time for the other local parish members to speak.
Thank you. We've also got 3 objectors who, as I mentioned, will have 3 minutes each, and 2 supporters who will have the equivalent 9 minutes between them. So we'll start off with local member Mike McGowan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee. My name is Mike McGowan. I am one of the elected members who represent the ward of Lanchester. The other, as you've seen, is Doug Oliver. Doug previously spoke on this application. The ward itself, if you're not aware, consists of 3 main areas: Castleside and its surrounding area to the west, Lanchester and its immediate surrounding areas to the centre, and Burnhope and its surrounding areas over to the east. I just want to start off by saying nobody in any part of our ward is not pro-environment. Everybody is pro-environment in the ward we speak to. We constantly get it poked in the chest when we're knocking on doors and speaking to residents. However, The scale and nature of this application, I think, is absolutely horrendous. We've just heard from the officers that this was already thrown out due to not meeting policies. You've also heard from Chris Shield that it's the same application. In fact, Chris said it is the same application with 1 or 2 minor points. Same application that was thrown out. Whilst the application itself is part of the ward, Burnhope, which is Burnhope, we should not exclude Lanchester, as many residents from Lanchester use this area because they are co-connected. Burnhope has a population of over 1,500 residents, 781 homes, and as you've heard, 605 registered objections. Now, in my time, I've been involved in planning since 2017, having sat on 2 planning committees. In 2021, I was elected as chair of planning of the North Committee, which I chaired until being elected as vice chair of the County Council in 2023. I am not an expert when it comes to planning. There are far better people when it comes to that, but I would say that I am well versed in planning matters. So what are the facts? The facts are that this must be under 50 megawatts. There is no change to that. They still cannot guarantee it being under 50 megawatts. And the panels, and there is no mechanism to cut off the 50 megawatt limit. In fact, the panels exceed this by almost 30%. So what are they going to do with the extra 25 megawatts? Are they just going to let it go? BP, really? I suspect not. As we've heard, it's very similar to the previous application, although there are, admittedly, 1 or 2 additional minor details, but it is the same plan which was rejected on the judicial review. Paragraph 5399 of the County Durham Plan, which we all agreed to, states that County Durham's environment and well-being are fundamental to the quality of life of the people who live and work in the county and to the success of its economy. Environmental considerations are therefore fundamental to all policy areas addressed in the plan. The quality and diversity of the built, historic and natural environment are amongst the county's major assets. Paragraph 5401 of the National Planning Policy Framework, the NPPF, states that planning policies should contribute to and enhance the natural and local environment, recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, seek to protect and enhance valued landscapes, minimise impacts on and providing net gains for biodiversity and reduce the risks of pollution, land instability and contamination. So what are we talking about in real terms? Well, firstly, there is going to be a huge glint and glare. This is going to impact the local community, and whilst it is acknowledged that bushes will be planted to screen off the area, this will take a number of years to achieve. Added to this, there is a loss of local walking routes, which results in the locals losing established areas which they've been going to for many generations. You've heard from Chris, it's a 40-year development. The panels have a 20-year lifespan. Then landfill. So just to put that into context, there will be somewhere in the region of 110,640 panels lasting 20 years. Then they'll be replaced by another 110,640 panels. Then they'll be replaced. Times those numbers by 2, all of that goes to landfill. All of it. That's 92 acres of panels. 92 hectares of panels covering approximately 220 acres. Clearly, there is a maintenance bill that goes along for keeping these panels clean and serviceable. The result of this is greater vehicle access in the rural area, an increased carbon footprint because they have to be accessed by vehicles, more noise and light at unsociable times, i.e. evenings and early mornings. In addition to this, there is also, as you've heard, a second application on the same road, albeit on the other side of the road, which falls into the Lanchester ward, or Lanchester part of the ward. Therefore, whilst I understand that each application must be addressed on its own merits, I do feel that on this occasion, cumulative impact must be taken into consideration. In addition to this, there is a third application at the far end of Burnhope. So when you go through Burnhope, the far end of that, there's a third application, again for solar panels. So effectively, the village is getting boxed in. And whilst that might not mean anything to anybody that doesn't go or visit Burnhope, speak to the residents, because it clearly impacts on them. Okay? It is absolutely horrendous. So, the impact. This has already been rejected by the courts due to processes not being followed. The applicant will tell you there's many benefits to this application, but I would argue that this is not the case. It doesn't comply with any policies on renewables or green energy. This application, should it be approved by the members, will have a significant adverse impact on the landscape, wildlife, heritage, and the community. As we've mentioned, there's losses of public rights of way, which will be denied to the residents. In addition to all this, recent figures show us that there has been somewhere in the region of 66 fires associated with solar farms in the past 3 years. 66. So what provisions, I would ask, have been put in place by the applicant for these events? Or are they guaranteeing there will be no fires? Or are we just to assume that our combined fire authority, which is already overworked, will cover this, will cover these fires in addition to all the other work that they do? I would hope not. Benefits that will be mentioned by the applicant. £500,000 we're going to give to the community. That's what they're saying. However, that's over 40 years. Just to put that into context, that's £8.33 per head per year. By the way, this is not given to the residents, okay? It is given to what is the County Durham Foundation, now renamed Point North, which is a great charity. Their activities promoting lasting charitable giving, bringing donors together, effectively not that dissimilar to the area action partnerships, if you think of how they work. However, the money that they receive, okay, the money that they receive also goes to communities within County Durham and Darlington. Okay, let me just say that again. County Durham and Darlington. There is no guarantee in this application that anything goes to any of the residents within the community. I am sure it will, if you apply for it. But should you have to apply for monies on an area that's impacted on potentially 3 sites? Really, are we really seeing that? Chair, I would like to thank you for giving me time to speak, and for Doug for allowing me to speak on this. I would like to thank the excellent work that the residents have done. Excellent. The money that has been spent by the residents. And I would ask members, this is the second bite of the apple, to throw this out once and for all. Please do the right thing by the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. You've been a bit long-winded for what you normally are. Now then, we've got 2 parish councillors to speak next, Sarah McCormick and Derek Coates. You, like Mike, will have unlimited time, but I hope there would be no repetition, because for as far as I can say, Mike's just about summed it all up. So please try and be as brief as possible because we've got a really long agenda today. So Sarah or Derek, whoever wishes to go first.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Derek Coates. I've been an elected member of Burnhope Parish Council for 38 years and have been Chair for Burnhope Parish Council for the past 13 years. I've lived in Burnhope Village for 74 years. If things keep going, hope it's going to be 75 in October. Burnhope had coal mining for over 100 years. In 1949, the colliery closed, leaving the pit buildings derelict and the land surrounding were virtually no-go areas due to not only the dangers of derelict buildings, but were heaps pitfalls within this area and was totally neglected. Yes, it was basically left to rot and ruin, resulting with the village being labelled a Category D, no development village. Very, very dark days. There's been various landfill sites dotted around this area taking advantage of the Category D, with no one questioning this. Then open cast mining arrived on two sides of the village and stayed for around 25 years, with no-go areas once again put in place, stopping villagers and parishioners once again from gaining access to the walks and wildlife. The parish council was reassured at the time that these open cast areas would totally restore the land after the coal excavation had ended, and certainly a lot of it was, bringing back agricultural land, public access areas, wildlife areas, including ponds that were naturally in place prior to the open cast work. This gave farmers the opportunity to graze their animals or use the land to grow produce. This also gave local people the opportunity to exercise and enjoy the areas they had been kept away from for 25 years. We had the Category D stigma removed by Durham County Council when then housing development started once again, hoping the village would flourish further and also services would improve. Then boom, another bombshell hit our parish in the name of BP Lightsource. This company has submitted planning requests twice to build a giant, obscene solar farm to cover the majority of the restored land handed back by the open cast, meaning other huge industrial company wants to come in and rape the land once again, and meaning that so much money, time, work and effort will end up as a waste, and villagers, parishioners, council taxpayers have another huge no-go area to live with for what I'm told is a minimum of 40 years. To finalise, yet add, that Burnhope Parish Council, Burnhope Parish residents, with over 600 objections, are not NIMBYs, not in my backyarders, but in fact we're AIMBYs. That is always in my backyarders. It looks as though the big boys have come to try and do it again. Surely this has to end. Thank you for listening to my comments and objections, and hope members unanimously reject this planning application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Derek. Over to you now, Sarah, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Sarah McCormick, Vice Chair of Burnhope Parish Council, resident of Burnhope for 27 years. Both myself and the Parish Council strongly object to this scheme and urge for it to be rejected by the Planning Committee. We do not feel that this scheme thinks about the impact on the local community. I'm a local representative. It doesn't really matter what I think. I'm here because over 600 objections have been made from our village. There have only been a few comments in support of the application. The only ones that we know of that are local, we believe to be from the landowners or their relatives. None of the other positive comments are from the local people who actually live here. The officers are not listening to us. The developer is definitely not listening and does not seem to care. I've had to field lots of queries from very concerned residents, hundreds of often very detailed objections from local people. How many objections is it going to take before you'll listen to this community? Looking at other cases, a housing application in Consett refused because of just over 100 objections. The main reason was they used the land for walking and walking their dogs. Recently in Springwell, a solar farm was refused because there were 400 objections from local people, even though the officers recommended it. Our MP, Luke Akehurst, has objected, and I know his objection was summarised, but I'd like to read it to you. I'm writing to object to the above planning application for a solar farm at Burnhope in my constituency. I believe the size and scale of this application is not in keeping with the village, as it would be more than double the size of Burnhope. Throughout the election campaign, I spoke to many residents who are rightly concerned about the impact of this application on the village of Burnhope. This site is an important recreational and walking area for residents, and in light of the topography around the village, I would question whether an extensive solar farm would really be the best use of this land for local residents. It's the only area of flat land around Burnhope and should be protected by policy 5.399 of the County Durham Plan. The community benefit from this scheme would not outweigh the impact on the village and local wildlife, and as a result of the above, I believe this planning application should be refused. So back to the reasons that I would like to draw your attention to. Firstly, the scale. It's far too big. We've begged BP to make it smaller. They have refused. In fact, they've amended it and made it bigger. Secondly, landscape harm. We don't have many amenities in Burnhope. The amenity of walking in these fields and being able to engage in nature is our absolute best asset. Please don't let BP take it away from us. And thirdly, there are going to be no decent local jobs. There might be a bit of grass cutting, maybe some panel cleaning. That's it. Nothing skilled, nothing well paid. We need Burnhope to be a better place to live. We have plans for developing the village. We have a small housing scheme about to start. We have a brilliant new community centre that's starting to bring people together and care for those most vulnerable. BP have just announced that they're investing $30 billion in oil and gas over the next 3 years, and they're scrapping all their targets for renewable energy. Lightsource BP will be selling this scheme on, but to who? We're very worried that it will just be one big white elephant. It could easily be abandoned, years spent arguing over who's going to pay to clear it up. It could be another Milburn Gate, a blot on the Durham landscape for years. Please listen to the people. This isn't just a few people. This is a whole community speaking to you. Please listen to us and reject this planning application.
Thank you, Sarah, and you too, Derek, very well presented. Now we move on to 3 other objectors, Richard Davis, Kate Palmer and Ian Galloway. You've got 3 minutes each. Kirsty will let you know when you've got 1 minute left remaining.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Richard Davis, a resident of Lanchester. This solar farm will not contribute to net zero. Let me explain why. The NG dashboard shows the UK's generation for the last year, which is generally fairly level. However, it is composed of very variable sources of electricity, none more so than solar. Solar has problems, which are the sun doesn't shine during the night time and for most of the winter. The panel arrays take up vast amount of space. They are destructive for the land and they disturb the wildlife. And at the end of the life, as we've mentioned before, It is full of toxic waste that will be dumped in landfill, which will again be in our backyard. The grid needs electricity at peak times. Solar doesn't deliver this. It peaks midday when demand is at its lowest. At its peak, the national grid doesn't want this electricity, so they will be paying Lightsource to switch off the connection. Of course, they don't pay for that, we all pay for that. So we'll be paying Lightsource not to produce electricity from these thousands of panels which they've sited in their countryside. Lightsource claim that the scheme will generate power for 16,000 homes. Nationally, solar provides 16 gigawatts of capacity. On the 17th of December, one day, the entire UK solar capacity dropped to 0.2%. At this level, the whole UK solar output could only power 9,000 houses. But the planning officers want you to believe that this white elephant will solve all our electricity needs, just so they can tick the net zero box. Solar farms present a fire risk. There were 66 fires in only the first half of 2023. Lightsource were intending to have a battery storage facility. Solar farms with battery storage facilities are expected to consult with the Fire and Rescue Service. Lightsource believed this didn't apply to them, and the planning office weren't bothered to disagree. That is until we wrote to them in November last year, and within 1 month, the batteries were no longer part of the scheme. The Fire and Rescue Service still have not been consulted with regard to the scheme. The site is unsafe. Lack of access, dry grasses, no suitable water supply. Lightsource don't care, you should. More recently, storms have been big news. Nothing new to us here in Burnhope, a village at an elevation of 1,000 feet. If the solar farm was to be approved, imagine the next storm, with solar panels ripped off their mountains, broken into shards of glass. These fly directly towards the residents and homes in Burnhope, wreaking devastation. Yeah. You might think it doesn't happen. However, Durham experienced this at Stab House, Billingham, in 2022.
Time, please, Richard.
That's fine, thank you.
Kate. Kate, same rules apply to you, love.
Thank you, Chair. Kate Palmer, resident of Burnhope for the last 9.5 years. Councillor McGaughan's already quoted from the County Durham plan. Should this application be approved, I believe it will be in direct contradiction of the plan. So quoting directly from your plan, there's a need to ensure panels are appropriately sited and wider social, economic and environmental benefits are achieved. This application does not. The National Planning Policy Framework encourages local planning authorities to identify appropriate sites for renewable energy. This application is not appropriate for the site. From Policy 10, new development must not give rise to unacceptable harm to biodiversity and beauty or tranquility of the countryside. This application poses significant threat. From Policy 29, proposals should contribute positively to an area's character, identity, heritage significance and landscape features. This application does not. From Policy 32, development will not be permitted unless the developer can demonstrate all investigations and risk assessments have been undertaken by an appropriately qualified person. The developer cannot because we believe they have not. From Policy 33, renewable and low carbon energy development in appropriate locations, this development is clearly in the wrong location. Also from 33, significant weight be given to the achievement of wider social, environmental and economic benefits. There are no benefits whatsoever to this application. From 39, any proposal should not cause unacceptable harm to the character, quality of the landscape or to important features of use. The threat of unacceptable harm is off the scale for this application. Proposals incorporate appropriate measures to mitigate adverse landscape and visual effects. This application does not. From the supplementary planning document, avoiding sites where panels could dominate the user's experience of the public rights of way network, this does not. Proposals which have the potential to impact on the general amenity, health of people nearby will need to demonstrate that there will be no unacceptable impacts. This application cannot. The huge scale of this application goes against all of this, and yet unbelievably, it is still recommended for approval. It is obvious that the applicant just does not want to do what is right. And all of this in the name of green energy that is not really green. The environment is not just about renewables, it is fundamentally about where and how we live. Destroying where we live to support technology destined for landfill is recklessly short-sighted and misguided. It is very clear that the intention from the outset was to approve the development and that the applicant has been guided towards justifying approval at every turn. This applicant simply does not care about what happens here. People here care. You should care. If you approve this application, it is a political decision to naively tick the green energy box with massive and clearly demonstrable local disapproval and opposition. We are in favour of renewable energy, but this is the wrong type of renewable energy and completely the wrong location, and that's the problem here. Please listen to the local people. The law gives you the power and responsibility to listen to local people who've elected you to do the best for us in our area, ensure that approved applications are fully compliant. If anything you've heard today has left the smallest doubt in your mind, then it is your duty to reject this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kate. I'm sorry you had to rush to get it all in. Ian, same rules apply. Kirsty will let you know when you've got 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee. You know, when you study BP's application and the officers' report side by side, it looks like they're working hand in hand. And this is not the first time. When this plan first came, it was for 89,000 panels. Sorry, there we are. 89,000 panels with a power output of 48 megawatts. But BP amended it. They didn't make it smaller, they made it bigger. They made it up to 110,000 panels with a power output of 76 megawatts. And when it came to committee, you were very badly advised by the officers, who didn't tell you how big it was. BP said it's a solar farm of 49 megawatts that would save 14,000 tonnes of carbon, and the officers said the same. We wrote to the officers and to BP with our evidence demonstrating that it was not 49 but 76. And within weeks, BP and the officers worked together to pass a non-material amendment. It was solely designed to get them off the hook. And we had to fork out our own money to go to the High Court. And the judge was scathing. The permission that you gave was unlawful, and the non-material amendment that tried to save it was also unlawful. But what have BP done? Applied again with exactly the same size scheme, which they now admit is 76 megawatts. What have the officers done? Guided and supported them all the way. But so many questions remain. What happens on a sunny day when the panels do produce 76 megawatts? Why is it still mysteriously 49? Is that really the truth? Why have the shortcomings and dangers of the transport plan not been properly addressed? This road has had 20 incidents in the last 5 years, including one fatality, all brushed aside. BP have been given 4 goes at the ecology, and the RSPB are still saying the mitigations won't work. The curlews have had it. Why is that not being addressed? And huge impact on the residents and their walking amenity and their environment. Why are the concerns of the public rights of way officer being ignored? Why are the public rights of way not being safeguarded and the 2 permissive paths preserved? And why are all the impacts of the construction being minimised? Now, this is a village that pays £2 million every year to the council in council tax. Why are all the social, mental health and well-being impacts of our community just being swept aside? Now, residents have long memories. Local elections in 2 months. And the choice is stark. Either you listen to the people or you give BP something that they can sell on to a foreign investor and then use the money they get to drill for oil.
Thank you, Ian. I've now got a question from...
No, it's not a question, it's just a point of order. What was said in there about local elections, this is quasi-judicial, you know, we have to follow legal frameworks. We cannot be political in any shape or form in that, so to put that in, I think, needs to just be for members to realise that actually, whatever we make in here, and also for people out there, this is not a political decision. This is based on legal frameworks that sit in front of us.
Thank you, Simon. We're all members and we're all strictly aware of that. Now then, moving on to two supporters, Robin Duncan as the applicant and Will Gray as the landowner. You will have 4.5 minutes each. And the same rules will apply. Kirsty will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Apologies, I'm trying to get the slides to appear. But,
Well, it's your time, Robin, and the clock's still ticking.
All right, thank you. Dear Chair and members, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Robin Duncan, and I'm a Senior Development Manager here at Lightsource BP. In March of 2023, this committee approved the application for Burnhope Solar Farm in line with the officer's recommendation. The permission was subsequently subject to a judicial review challenge, where the judge concluded that Durham County Council and its committee didn't take into account a material consideration, namely that of addressing whether it was approving more panels over a larger area than which were required to produce the stated and lawful electricity generating capacity. The planning permission was subsequently withdrawn and the application remitted back to the committee for redetermination. The judge did not conclude that the project itself was unlawful. It was a matter of procedure and not design. The judge provided a clear direction for Lightsource BP to work with the council and provide the committee with the information on the approach to measuring capacity and the extent of land required to do so. And this is what we have done. We've directly addressed the points raised in the judgment and responded to other comments raised by the consultees and the community both in June and October of 2024 and earlier this year. This included a detailed technical note setting out how the capacity of the solar farm is determined and the corresponding land requirements, directly addressing the points in the judgment. In addition, we are proposing to improve the habitat in the southern part of Chapman's Well Local Nature Reserve, directly to the north of the site, to support ground nesting birds in the area. We've also removed the battery from the proposals, following recent advice from Northern Power Grid that the proposed battery's connection may not occur until after 2030, whereas the connection date for the solar farm itself is scheduled to take place in 2026. I would now like to take the opportunity to highlight both the need for and the benefits of this solar project. Firstly, in energy security, these proposals will generate enough renewable energy to help power 16,700 homes. In December of last year, the UK government set out a clear action plan to secure our energy supply, including a tripling in the country's solar energy supply from 16 gigawatts at present to 47 gigawatts by 2030. Secondly, in the cost of electricity, this solar farm will directly contribute to lowering the cost of electricity, as solar power is not only one of the cheapest forms of electricity generation, but it also secures our own energy supply indigenously, which will help protect UK consumers from volatile foreign markets, the impacts of which we've seen so starkly in recent years. And thirdly, decarbonising our energy system. These proposals will save approximately 12,300 metric tonnes of carbon per year, helping with the UK's transition to net zero. You will hear directly from one of our landowners on the current use and the quality of the land, as well as the additional benefits of leasing this part of the land holding for the farm's finances. Now, in addition to the broader benefits, the Burnhope Solar Farm will provide specific benefits to the local community surrounding the project. Primarily among these is the Community Benefit Fund, totalling £500,000 in aggregate. This is composed of a £50,000 payment directly to the Parish Council and a £450,000 fund to be administered by the County Durham Community Foundation, and we can provide more detail on this. I acknowledge it's not an element in a planning determination, but this will support initiatives and projects immediately local to the project. Now, in addition to the community benefit, the solar farm will pay in the region of £7 million to Durham County Council in business rates over its lifetime, helping to fund essential community services. This project will also support the local economy, as income from the leases will support jobs across the farms and wider businesses, and there also is the potential for local workforce and contractors to support during the construction phase. Again, we have a detailed economic impact assessment submitted as part of the planning application. Now, Burnhope Solar Farm is going to provide environmental benefits to the local area in a variety of ways. Drainage will be improved across the site. The landscape strategy seeks to protect and enhance hedgerows and habitats for wildlife, providing a biodiversity net gain of approximately 80% on site, as well as enhanced areas for ground nesting birds, as I say, on the Chapman's Well Local Nature Reserve. In August of last year, to touch on a point regarding consultation, consultants Instinctive Partners carried out a door-to-door community outreach survey which demonstrated that the majority of residents polled, some 63%, were either supportive or neutral towards the proposals. And so to summarise, we hope members have considered the points raised and recognise the crucial benefits the solar farm will deliver both locally and nationally, and continue to support in line with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you for that, Robin. Kirsty was just telling me that her mic isn't working, so she'll hopefully give me a wave when the minute is remaining for you. Will Gray.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak at this planning committee today. My name is Will Gray, and I'm here as a representative of my family's farm, and like many of my age, as an advocate for a sustainable future. Firstly, I must emphasise the importance of this development for the longevity of these local farm businesses for future generations, something that has been at the forefront in the news in the last 3 months. Diversifying our income streams through the development of a solar farm is a crucial step in achieving this goal, and should ensure that our farm business, which employs 35 local people, remains viable. By embracing this renewable energy opportunity, I'm sure we can create a collective success for all by addressing Durham's local energy and our country's food security challenges head-on. One of the most frequent arguments we've heard against this project is that it's taking land away from food production. I want to set the record straight on this. Since the last planning committee meeting, farming has only become more difficult on this land. As I'm sure everyone is aware, we are now experiencing a lack of fixed seasons and much more extreme weather. This has led us to a situation where the only thing we can do with this land is to take an annual crop of grass, which is gradually depleting the land of nutrients. The management plan put in place for the solar farm will allow the soil to recover and nutrients to be rebuilt, leaving the ground in a better condition at the end of the lease. Climate change isn't the only challenge to farming the land. We returned the ewes to graze for a couple of months last autumn against our better judgment, and since have had more fences and stiles vandalised, and unfortunately further sheep killed by sheep mauling. The solar farm creates an opportunity to graze the land at a higher stocking level without the risk of sheep worrying, thereby ensuring that food production is maintained and even increased on this land. Furthermore, sheep will benefit from the shelter and shade provided by the panels. Thank you. The impact of the solar farm for our local footpaths has been a significant talking point around this application. To be clear, if the solar farm goes ahead, our local public footpaths will be improved, not degraded. These will become much wider areas with fencing that would enable the public to walk their dogs off the lead without the risk to livestock or wildlife. I've walked through such solar farms myself and have found it pleasant, a view that has been supported by one of Durham's local footpath officers who has had similar experiences. As one of the youngest members in this room, I urge you to take an intergenerational perspective on this matter. It is not just the future of our farm business that is in question, but more pressingly, it is the future health and prosperity of our children and our children's children that is under threat from climate change. Without taking steps to address this issue, there won't be any farms left to hand over to future generations. I don't think that this is an overstatement. The world around us is changing rapidly, with David Attenborough calling climate change the biggest threat to security that modern humans have ever faced, with over 99.9% of scientists agreeing on this issue. I hope that your support for the development of solar farms like ours will show that Durham is up for the climate fight and is dedicated to the prosperity of our future community and the UK as a whole. By granting permission, you will not only support the longevity of our local farm business, which many of Durham residents see as a linchpin to local life, but you will also contribute to securing a sustainable future for generations to come. I urge you to consider this in your judgment, and thank you for giving me the time to speak.
Thank you, Will. Chris, do you want to respond to any of the points raised?
Thank you, Chairman. There's just a few points I'd like to go back on, and Neil Carter's going to assist with that as well. So at the beginning, Councillor McGaughan referenced the judicial review and that the application was thrown out. I'm going to ask Neil to speak about that first, I think.
Thank you, Chair. So I think it's probably appropriate just to give a brief outline of what judicial review is all about. So, you know, we've heard what the local members, the parish councillors and the objectors have to say about it. So a judicial review is a process by which the legalities of a planning decision can be challenged. So it's not about the planning merits. So a judge doesn't look at whether it's whether a scheme ought to be granted planning permission in terms of compliance with policy or other considerations. That's a decision for members as to what the planning merits of the application are. So he's only looking at the legalities of it, and sort of generally speaking, that boils down to sort of three broad categories. Has the decision taker failed to take into account something that was relevant? Or has the decision taker had regard to something that wasn't relevant? Or is the decision manifestly unreasonable? Is it irrational? So in this particular case, what the judge decided was that the decision taker, i.e. members of this committee, had failed to take into account something that was relevant. And what he identified was the sort of quantum scale and size of the development, and whether that was essentially excessive for the amount of output that was to be produced. So what he said was that was something that members should have had regard to, and that's why the decision was quashed. So I'll just sort of read very briefly the relevant paragraph from the decision. When I find it. Just screening. Sorry, Chair, my computer's having a. Yeah, here we go. Sorry, I've got it. So the judge said. There was applying a high bar of reasonableness and obviously material consideration as to whether the grant of planning permission was approving more panels over a larger area than were required for a 50 megawatt solar farm. So that's the material consideration that he said members hadn't had regard to previously. Now clearly the applicant's able to come back and make submissions on that in the context of this planning application and to amend the application. So the application is, as has already been pointed out, the same application as what was previously considered, subject to further information from the applicant and to those amendments that the planning officer's already referred to. And as members already know, planning decisions have to be made on the basis of the development plan and other material planning considerations. It's not planning decisions are not made on the basis of the weight of public support for or objection to a planning application. It has to be based on development plan and other material considerations. Now, there was a question that was raised, I think, by Councillor McGaughan about how do we know that this will not exceed 50 megawatts in terms of export capacity to the grid. Well, I think the short answer to that is, well, that's what the applicants applied for. And there's also a proposed condition, which is condition number 20, which will restrict that export capacity to 49.9 megawatts. So there is a control mechanism that officers are proposing, which will be applicable here. There was also an issue, I think, that members need to be mindful of in terms of the community fund. So again, I think Councillor McGaughan questioned, how that would operate. I think the applicant has also explained what that would be. But because that operates outside of the planning system, it's not something which members can afford any weight to. So you must disregard that issue in your assessment of planning merits. And again, that's covered in some detail in paragraph 283 of the report. So drawing all of this together, we've got a previous decision that was quashed. In other words, legally, it's as if it never happened. You have to make a fresh decision, so you're considering this afresh. It's the same application, subject to amendments and further information. And as ever, you must determine it on the basis of the planning merits. I'm going to pass over to the planning officer just to talk about some of the planning merits on this, particularly cumulative impact, etc.
Thank you, Neil. Councillor McGaughan mentioned two other applications around the site. Now, if we look on the aerial photograph on screen now, for the benefit of anyone watching on YouTube, I'm pointing to an area to the east of the site. This is the Wagtail Lane application, which was submitted just before Christmas. So that's currently under consideration, and that's been assessed in the report with the application you're looking at now. We're a long way off reaching determination on that. Now, another application was mentioned to the west of the site, Lanchester side. That isn't a planning application, and it therefore isn't considered as part of this and not part of the cumulative impact. Now, just to go back on some other issues here, there was mentioned that walking routes would be lost as part of this. So I think if we just go back to, sorry, quite a long way to get through. So yes, the footpath that will be closed, or the public right-of-way that will be closed, is the one highlighted in yellow that we mentioned earlier. Now, whilst parts of that you could walk across the areas between the field boundaries, but it is blocked by a fence there and the plantation and walls here. It's not an accessible route, but yes, people could use it. But the route here, which isn't a public right-of-way, would be retained, and that is the route that most people use. You can see that from the ground; it's well trodden. You can see that from the access through the stiles. That is where people walk. There isn't much evidence of people walking across this route here. However, there is the route here that's unregistered, which is well used and goes into the plantation woodland there, and there's lots of paths around there that are also unregistered. So as part of the stopping up order, this path would have to be retained to a standard to the satisfaction of the council. Now we want to look at some of the issues raised by Mr. Davies in terms of the requirement or need for solar generation. So whilst people may not like or not believe that solar is useful, government policy supports it, national policy supports it. This isn't the forum for us to change policy. This is to determine application in accordance with the policy that we have. Now, there's a claim that energy requirement or energy demand is lowest at midday, but energy demand is pretty static between the hours of 6 and 11 at night, because that's when industry is working. The electricity used at home doesn't matter that much relative to industry. So the points where the solar farm will be generating daylight hours, that is when peak demand is happening, and that's where it will be used. And there was mention of damage to solar farms too, which I think is useful to look at. So the two sites we've got here, you can see the photographs. None of the solar panels actually left the site, so that there have been damage there, but they're all within the field boundaries. No real evidence that they would blow beyond the boundaries and hit residential properties. But to consider these in particular, the Wolverston site, or the one here mentioned as being Newton Bewley, there was 2 points that caused this to happen. So this happened during Storm Arwen in 2021. Unusually, that storm brought in winds from the north, so the wind was hitting the back of the panels. And the reason why these panels in particular were affected is because this site is underlain by Romano archaeology that the applicant didn't want to disturb, and so the panels are actually supported on concrete blocks. They're not piled into the ground. So when they got a strong wind from behind them, it blew them forward. The site's been repaired now. It was done within about 6 months, I think, and to mitigate this issue, you would see if you drove past it that there's significantly more concrete blocks now holding it down. The difference that the application we're looking at now is the panels would be piled into the ground. Again, the site here in Wales, that was hit by Storm Dara, and it wasn't the only thing significantly damaged in that area. You know, severe weather events will damage things such as that. But I also want you to look back at the aerial photograph again. So we can see here the Tower Road solar farm at Greencroft. Off the plan is the council's solar farm at Morris and Busty. Now these are at the same altitude as the application site, and there was no damage or destruction to these panels during, this one was here through Storm Arwen and Storm Dara, and the council's one was there through Storm Dara, no damage. So yes, we did suffer heavy winds in this area, but it wasn't significant enough to damage those solar farms, so no reason to think they would damage the proposed solar farm either. I think I'll leave it there, but if there's any questions from members, we'll be happy to take those.
Thank you for that, gentleman. Jonathan had his hand first, and then you, Simon. Jonathan Elmer, please.
Thank you, Chair. Some questions to ask, if I might. First of all, in relation to the biodiversity impact, I note from the application that the Durham Wildlife Trust have objected to the proposal. And I wonder whether perhaps this is a question for the council's ecologist. If you could explain to me why the council's position on this particular application in relation to its impact or otherwise has varied from Durham Wildlife Trust's position. Thank you. I've got a couple more questions as well, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, the key issue was around wading birds and curlew, wasn't it? That was the real, and securing that over the long term. So when we first looked at the application, it was in the very early stages trying to understand how you mitigate for curlew, because they're a landscape scale bird, and it's quite difficult, and that's where we had that difference with the Wildlife Trust. So since then, we've more proactively engaged with the RSPB to try and understand those landscape scale impacts, and it's taken us time to get to that point where we've got an agreement on how we start to deal with those impacts at a landscape scale, because this is all quite relatively new, as you can understand. So the idea of understanding that you can have on-site mitigation in combination with off-site, because these birds are functioning at a landscape scale, and trying to get to that point where you're increasing breeding success. So it's all part of trying to improve the landscape quality, so you've got more survival, you're increasing survival rates. So the works here, especially to the north, the idea about that is you're increasing...
It's only etiquette to speak to the member, but if you could speak into the mic, then we could all hear more clearly. I appreciate what you were doing.
Sorry. So yes, so therefore the idea is to increase survivability across the range for the lifespans of the bird. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Go again, Jonathan.
So you're confident that the on-site connected with the off-site mitigation proposals will actually result in an improvement for the situation for curlew?
that's going to be really hard to say whether we're going to get improvement. I think it will maintain the situation for Curlew, which I think is what we're trying to do here. But I think ultimately I'm more confident than I was earlier because now we've at least secured long-term management over that 40-year period, and that's fully funded. And that includes monitoring reports as well. So we'll be sort of assessing the habitat and undertaking monitoring throughout that period of time.
Going on to my second question now, Stuart, the people still can't hear though, I understand. The second question relates to the impact on the amenity of the rights-of-way network. And I know that there's somebody here from the rights-of-way section perhaps able to speak on this. And I think the judgment here is whether or not the impact in terms of loss of statutory rights-of-way across the site is actually balanced by the proposed, well, the new footpath that's going around it. What's your position on that in terms of the overall amenity impact on the rights-of-way network?
Okay. The situation here is that the rights-of-way didn't go back to the map line after the open cast. So the line that, thank you, Chris, that Chris is showing in orange hasn't been available. In effect, the line that the stopping up order and it will provide is the line that people have been using. So that won't change, and there will be betterment of that, as Chris has discussed, in terms of structure improvements, and also the fencing is going to be set back from the right-of-way and possible surface improvements to the rights-of-way. So there have been some comments that that right-of-way is waterlogged, which is obviously not very convenient, but if there could be some surfacing, structure improvements, the right-of-way will be more accessible than it is now.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask a third question. I'm not sure whether it's... I'm going to ask it anyway. It's in relation to the power generation capacity of the scheme, which obviously we know can't be more than 50 megawatts. Are we confident as a council that this application will not be exceeding the 50 megawatts? Because if we're not, then I think we're making the same mistake again.
Are you going to answer that, Chris? Sorry, Simon, but Chris just needs to put somebody in ecology at the same time.
Thank you, Councillor Almer. I just wanted to go back to the ecology point first. You mentioned the Durham Wildlife Trust. Now, their comments were actually made on the initial round of consultation on the application. So that was well before the March 2023 decision, and certainly before the off-site mitigation was added. They were reconsulted, but they didn't respond again. So that's the case for some of the consultees. If they didn't change their response, they are previously. We've just had to assume that that's still their position, but we have made changes to the scheme since then that would potentially address them, and that's up to you to decide if that's the case. In terms of the energy output, so the grid offer for the site from NEDL, and they're the controlling authority here, is 45 megawatts. So it can't export more than that. And then the inverters that actually release the energy to the grid would limit the export. So we'd be able to check with NEDL to make sure that the energy output isn't exceeding that limit. Plus, we have recommended a condition to make sure they wouldn't exceed that. So that there's multiple ways that we can ensure that the site isn't going to go above the 50 megawatt output generation, which is the key point.
Simon, you're good to go. Simon Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's sort of in terms of this, to be fair, you've picked up a lot of the stuff in there. Obviously, don't want to criticise the farmers' expertise, just to make sure that the planners are happy with the assessment of the agricultural land as being that. I think last time it came around, it was classed as being quite low level. Just to see that that's obviously, from what's been said there, that still persists. If that's the case, obviously that's one of those boxes ticked. The other one is that I'm aware of the fact that whilst this one's obviously gone to High Court and this was based on ultimately like a procedural issue that's kind of come back, not actually on whether it was development, we have lost 2 appeals, haven't we? At Sheraton and was it Seaham for similar developments. In terms of that, obviously that was prior to this new steer as well, where the government's looking at being more pro towards development of sort of carbon neutral alternatives. If, in terms of this, obviously, you know, because you've wrote the report, but obviously the likelihood at an appeal, say, for something like this, that if we were to reject, to actually be overturned based on this A, new steer from national government and the way they're putting on in policy, but B, on existing case law that we see in County Durham alone, what does that kind of look like in terms of where we are within that?
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. That's right. We did have previous refusals of applications at Merton and at Sheraton as well. They were both on landscape grounds similar to here, and they were both lost at appeal. I wouldn't be making this recommendation if I didn't think that would be the same situation here.
Thank you for that. David Boyes, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a question for the legal officer. When you said following the judicial review that this is a fresh application to be determined by the committee, does that mean we pay regard or otherwise to the March 23 decision by this planning committee?
Yeah, so Councillor Boyes, not a fresh application as such. It's the same application that's effectively returned to committee for what's called redetermination, so for a new decision to be made. Obviously, that application, although it's the same one, has been subject to some amendments, and we've, from the applicant, and we've also got some additional comments from consultees, etc. In terms of, if you're asking what weight should be afforded to the previous decision, the answer to that is none, because the High Court has quashed that, so they've effectively expunged it. Legally, it's as if it never existed.
Sorry, Chair, I should have picked this up before as well, had it written down but didn't see it. Again, it's just obviously we're talking about the rights of weight in here as well. Obviously, there is the line we've seen with the red dots and the yellow around it isn't actually there. Just in terms of looking at the land round there, none of that is county council land, it's all private land. So bar that actual blue right of way, if the farmers wished, they could put up, I don't know, they could put up electric fences to keep the wildlife in, and if anyone was going on to that, they would be trespassing. They don't actually have a right to use that for recreation or anything like that. So in terms of an amenity assessment, it wouldn't, in terms of looking at what it is, that's land that necessarily is not being lost as such, because that's not land that's not theirs, or it's not a communal land for them to have access to.
Thank you. If there are I thought it was just a statement, Simon.
I think that's a fair assessment of the situation, Councillor Wilson, but I will ask Helen Barber, is there anything to add to that, or are you happy with that? Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I've got a question myself for you, Will Gray, as the landowner. Can you expand on the loss of nutrients on your farm, please? What you mean by that?
So when you're farming the land and you're farming the same thing over and over again, it uses the same nutrients in that cycle. If you have a rotational grazing situation, or whether you're, say, growing an arable crop and then putting livestock on it and then back to an arable crop, that creates different nutrients and reabsorbs them into the ground. In the current scenario that we have, where we're unable to graze sheep and all we're doing is taking an annual cut of grass, all that's doing is using the same nutrients annually and depleting them.
Well, surely you would feed your farm to those relevant levels. That's what farming is.
We're an organic farm, and we do supplement the farm where we can, but there's quite strict regulations on that.
Oh, you're organic, right. That explains a lot. Thank you.
Not sure what you mean by that, but thank you very much.
No, I'm not in favour of organic myself personally. That's all I mean by that. I don't mean any disrespect to yourself. Do you want to ask a question, David? David Sutton-Lloyd.
Yes, like many in here, none of us, I think, are anti improving the environment and that, but I think a lot of people like myself struggle a little bit with the planning in so much it is tick boxes, and there seems to be no leeway around certain things. I understand from the legal officer that we've come back to a new situation where we're starting again, So I do think it is relevant at all the points that have been made by people that should mitigate. I do think a lot of the planning comes into what I put in my head is the Emperor's magic suit. And you're sometimes not supposed to raise objections and ideas against something because you're going against the trend. And I do think a lot of the relevant things that have been said today with like the size, the proposed other things, my own view is I think the value of what's coming back to the community, and there isn't a clear defined way that the local community is going to get benefit. 500,000 over a period of 40 years, you know.
Yeah, well, is that a question that you
Yeah,
want?
yeah, I think, you know, is you know, what mitigation, you know, when you stack up all of the things that, you know, people have mentioned about, I mean, 220 acres in my book is about 500 football pitches. You know, there's a big impact on the local area, and everybody's for development and things improving, but I think we do miss sometimes that this you can't object to this because it ticks that box and that box, and I worry a little bit that we're not exploring enough. But I think a lot of people have said more elegantly what I'm trying to say.
Yes, but David, is this not for the debate? Is there a relevant question that you want to ask?
Yes. Do you think that the amount of money that's coming back, especially that 500,000, would be sufficient concerning the value to the whole enterprise?
Thank you, Chair. So just on this issue of the community fund, that's not something, Councillor, that you can afford any weight to. It's operating outside of the planning system here, so you have to really disregard that.
Thank you. If we've got no further questions from members, we'll go over to the debate. And I think, David, you had your hand up first, and then Alan, and then...
Thank you, Chair. David Boyce representing Easington. Now, in Easington, we had a fully functioning pit for 100 years, with all the noise and all the grime and all the smell associated with it. But the community accepted it because what was being produced was for the greater good of the whole country as a whole. Now, in Easington, we managed to get our pit site turned into a nature reserve, and it's been one of the best things that's ever happened to our area. Former miners and their families have had all this area now to be able to use for recreational. They can walk on. My mother, who's 84, and her friends go down there regularly. Now, it seems to me, when I was listening to some of the parish councillor courts especially, they've had a fully functioning pit. They've then had open cast mine. Now they've got an area like we've got as our nature reserve. So my problem is, have these communities endured enough? Have they produced enough for the community good and for the country as a good? And now, surely we can help these people by giving them the recreational land that's been like now being able to be used. Now, when you look at how many people's objected to this, 466 objections out of 788 people who could have mentioned something, that's a massive amount. That's a massive amount. I've been on this committee now for about 16 years, and I've never seen so many people contribute to the process as that. We've also got our local nature representatives at the council are objecting to it. Now, if the legal officers is here, and this is a fresh application to be determined, what we need to look at, £110,000 over 92 hectares. This is going to double the size of Burnup. I cannot, in my best way, support this scheme at all. So I'm going to object to it. Thanks, Chair. If you want a policy 39, I think that encapsulates everything we need to say about the landscape.
I should have let you go last, David. Alan Bell, please. Sorry, Ian, we can't bring anybody else in that's from that side.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to all the speakers who've contributed today. It's like an excellent insight for the committee to hear such the passion. I think David highlighted a big area there, what the parish council said, you know, the community have endured sort of the open cast mining for very many years, and then for this to come along. I did the site visit yesterday as I did 2 years ago, and my view hasn't changed whatsoever. What sticks out to me on the site is the scale of it, the size. And now we talk now, and I know we can't take it into consideration, but there is talk of another scheme coming forward with the possibility of a second one over the road, which was also talked about 2 years ago, but that hasn't come forward. But it is a worry, the size of the area, and I guess it's down when I was on the site visit yesterday. Chris did explain like sort of the close proximity of the grid. So that's maybe why all these applications are coming in this area. However, it is like, you know, it's development in the open countryside, and it's way the biggest one I've ever seen. Well, biggest one I've ever seen, and as David says, the amount of objections what's come in clearly highlights that. Another good point Councillor Elmer made yesterday on the site visit is in relation to the County Durham plan. What we don't have in place is what wasn't put in the Durham County plan was allocated sites for such solar farms. And in respect to respect to the plan policy and the team, nobody could foresee what was coming forward in relation to the amount of applications, what are coming in. It's kind of open season for solar farms, and as we see on this committee, they're coming in one and two a month at the moment. Yeah, so for that reason, I'm definitely siding with David in the report, and you know, much respect to Chris for all the hard work what's gone in here. What I clearly will say, and I know people are so sensitive and passionate about the application. Chris, in his fairness, in his report, he does highlight that that the landscape have concerns with it, as to the public rights of way. But these guys are governed clearly by by national policy. So for that reason, I'm definitely going along with David now. I'd like to second that, and if it wasn't clear in relation to for the reasons, it would be landscape harm, and secondly with the effect on the public right of way. Thank you, Chair.
Simon, I'm going to ask you to wait again, please, and I'm going to ask David Gray, as Landscape Officer, to come in and comment, please.
In terms of landscape harm, the scheme will be transformative. At the moment, you can see the baseline landscape when you're on site, comprising of fields with hedgerows and woodlands. They're going to be enhanced, but when you look at fundamentally that transition between what is a restored landscape and what's going to be a sea of panels with the other infrastructure and the fencing, that needs to be considered. In terms of visual receptors, there will be, or they are currently, views in from Long Edge Lane and from Burnhope. There is an extensive landscape mitigation plan. The development is over a duration of 40 years, but certainly in the first 7 to 10 years, there will be some harm while the hedgerows develop, while the new woodland belts develop. Some of the existing hedgerows are being allowed to grow beyond 3 metres, so you're looking at structures that are approximately 3 metres in height. They will be screened ultimately, but there will be that period of initial harm. But in terms of scale and landscape harm, it will be transformative, and I believe that's being considered in the planning balance.
Thank you for that, David.
Can I just quickly come back on that one?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification on that, David. And just is regarding the landscape value in there. When we were there yesterday, as Jonathan will clarify, there was a flock of Canadian geese on site, and the amount of the curlew and the birds which was on there, you can clearly see why the Durham Wildlife Trust would have concerns and raise an objection to the application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Simon, and then Kevin, I've got you.
Yes, Chair. Simon Wilson, Sacriston Division. I remember speaking on this originally. For those who weren't here, I do have a bit of a background. Burnhope is one of those places I have a special place for. I was involved with the Cricket Club for a long, long time, from being a teenager through to being an adult, and have a real place, having been around, having spent a lot of time in formative years in the village. I do recognise what people are saying about landscape, but there is currently a 300-foot television mast in Burnhope, which is now quite fondly looked at by people in the area, to the point it is on the badge of the cricket club and the primary school. It is something that has kind of, in a way, marked a transformation at the time in a move towards what is now maybe more of an information age with television age. We find this, I think, is in a very similar situation. I do appreciate the initial harm, as has been mentioned, but over time, this will be mitigated by the screening and what's put in there. I'm quite happy with condition 20 to limit the output. The public right-of-way, we are going to see that improved for the only public right-of-way across there. As has been said, I think people can claim amenity around whatever's there, but ultimately it is private land, and if the farmers chose to lock that off, bar that bit of path, they wouldn't be able to. I am conscious of the appeals we've had, and that this was prior to a new steer from government around supporting and moving towards approval of net zero supportive developments. I realise what people are mentioning about issues with getting it into the grid. That is something that is on a, we find ourselves in a real issue around energy at the moment because we've had no future thinking around it for the last 20 odd years. We didn't build the nuclear when we should. We had a ban on onshore wind farms over the last 15 years. And that has led us to being lagging, having to cost people more. And I'll be honest with you, I think if you were to turn around and say that yes, for that 7 to 10 years of whilst things are transforming, once that screening's up, if this were to bring bills down, if this were to ensure energy security, then that would be something that I would be more happy to move towards. With the greatest of respect, can I finish, please? And the other side of it is that we've...
Hey! I'll have none of that. I'll ask you to leave if you do repeat that. Simon, please.
Thanks, Chair. So within that, I think looking at it on the balance, we have to look at what we're doing here, and what we are doing is, for me, something which is actually providing a firm footing towards moving towards a better climate and actually better energy security for this country. We just have to look at the last week and what's gone on with regards to things around how Ukraine are being held to ransom for their own natural minerals. That could be something that could quite comfortably happen with a very hostile, with a very sort of hostile geopolitical situation at the minute. I think County Durham, this is an old overcast. I said it last time, there is no better way of saying to the people of County Durham that we want to move forward and be progressive by taking what was our old roots of the coal mining, where we powered this country, and doing it with solar panels and similar. And I would move approval based on the officer's recommendations and the conditions in there.
Thank you for that. Kevin Sharp, please.
Thanks, Chair.
Sorry, no, you can't, honey. Sorry, you can't speak. It's over to the members of the committee now to discuss it. All the relevant speaking's been gone before. Sorry, but I can't allow it. It's not in the rules. Kevin Sharp.
Thanks, Chair. It's obviously a very emotive application. This is becoming increasingly more difficult to be able to express your views in the environment we're currently sitting in. Just for clarification, could I receive some advice from the solicitor that it's just a couple of points that were raised by members earlier during the discussion. The weight of public opinion isn't a material planning reason to refuse. Would that be correct?
Yes, that's what I previously said, Councillor Shaw, and what I mean by that is in itself. Obviously, if the public raised something that is in itself a material consideration, that has to be taken into account. But just because somebody doesn't like something or because somebody supports something, that's not a material reason.
Yes, thanks. And just another point, something that Alan raised. Yes, we are seeing an increase in number of solar farm applications coming through because that's the government agenda and trying to reaching net zero energy provision and self-sufficiency going forward. I totally sympathise with the sentiments of the members of the public here who are expressing this concern because it's impacting upon, you know, a couple of fields within their local environment. Unfortunately, we've got to look at the bigger picture here. We've got to look at the impact that our current behaviours are having on the planet as a whole. You know, it would be very nice if we could just be very insular and say, well, we don't want to have it in our backyard because of, but unfortunately, we've got a far bigger responsibility here in able to approve applications to come through, or consider applications to come through on material planning reasons. I don't find anything within the application that would support a reason to refuse. And we've already had it clarified here where possibly that we have listened to sentiment in the past and refused applications and they've been overturned on appeal. So I've got, you know, I'm in a position where I've got to support the officer's recommendation here and second Simon's proposal.
Thank you for that, Kevin. 220 acres is just a bit more than 2 fields. Anita Savoury, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor Anita Savoury. I live in the Weardale ward and represent the people of Weardale, which is a rural area, like what we're talking about here today. I've listened to the 2 elected members for the ward. I've listened to the parish councils. And most of all, I've listened to the residents who live in this area. The total size of this, we've just heard, is 220 acres, something like 12 fields. I can't support this application because of the size and the impact on the area, and most of all, the impact on the community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Jonathan, it's you next, please. Jonathan Elmer.
Thank you, Chair. I do hope that one thing this application does do is make it pretty certain that the next development of the next County Durham plan, we will have a position in terms of identifying areas across the landscape deemed suitable for this sort of development. One of the problems we face is that we don't have that in place at the moment, so we take each application sort of on their own merit. But I want to just go through a few points in terms of my concerns in relation to this application. First of all, the biodiversity concern. I am sort of satisfied, having spoken just now in terms of getting that response from the council's ecologist, that impact on biodiversity is not an issue on this site. In fact, it'll result in a net gain in terms of the improvements made adjacent to the site. And also the concern in relation to footpath amenity. I mean, the footpaths officer was very clear that that there is a suitable and well-used footpath that most people use anyway, and the current route that goes through the site isn't actually used, and that was very clear from the site visit yesterday as well. This is 16,000 homes potentially being powered. That's a quantity of energy that's coming from this. And one of the factors, according to scientists around the world in relation to climate change, is the impact it will have on farming because of creating unstable weather conditions in the future. And this particular site is it's not protected from that. Indeed, it's actually been impacted by that already. So it's made farming very difficult on the site, and that's what we heard from the landowner who farms the site. But this application doesn't exclude farming. In fact, it enables livestock farming between the panels. So the impact on farming is not an issue either. What this comes down to in the end, in my view, is the aesthetic argument. It's what this will look like, the impact that it will have aesthetically over the landscape, over a pretty wide area. And I think that what members have to do is balance the clear impact, the landscape impact that entails, with the benefits in terms of fighting climate change and reduction in carbon emissions. If we don't get on top of that situation, in 30 years' time, there will be a very different landscape to look at anyway. So I have to say that my balanced judgment at the end of this debate, I have to say, is one of supporting the officer's recommendations.
Thank you. Jim Atkinson, please.
Yes, Chair. Councillor Jim Atkinson from Make the Feast. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, it's been the easiest thing in the world to go with the residents. In fact, if it was anywhere near me, I'd probably be sitting over there. So I can understand the just the way everybody feels about this sort of thing, you know, and it's where they live. So, but from my perspective, it's heartbreaking to sort of win in here and lose somewhere else, especially at the costs involved. So, I would like to vote the way they think we should vote, because I think everybody would. But it's about, after this, there comes another process. If we could ask the applicant to have a look around him and say to yourself, well, look, do you want to be here? Nobody wants you here. This is just, you know, you might as well just move on and do it somewhere else. You know, but if he goes to appeal, it's a different situation altogether, and it's a different set of numbers altogether, and then you've got our side arguing against itself at a cost. And when I've seen these inspectors and they look at the situation where, you know, what the residents think, and you know, whether you like it or not, it's not a part of the planning policy. It doesn't count. It's not even working in your favour. So he leaves that out. He leaves that bit out. And he just goes with all the policies. And then with the best solicitor in the world, he won't be any better than the inspector. I've been to one of these before when we won in here and we went to the inspector and we did it all again and he got rejected. So it lost at the end of the day. So that's a very real situation that you're in. So unless Neil, you as legal or the people who are objecting to it, unless you can tell us a policy that we'll be able to take there and win on the day for our residents, you know, I'm really stuck where to vote altogether, to be fair.
Well, thanks for that, Jim. You're never stuck very often.
Hello?
Were any other... You all right, Neil?
It's a question for Neil.
Neil's going to just...
Thank you, Chair. I mean, Councillor Atkinson, as you know, any proposed reasons for refusal have to come from members, not me. We have had Councillor Boyes and Councillor Bell setting out their position as to reasons for refusal and putting forward a motion in that regard. I mean, what I heard was adverse landscape and visual impact and harm to the sort of recreational amenity of public rights-of-way users. Obviously, there's a balance to be had there of that harm on one side, which the planning officer has identified in his report, and the benefits. So I think, you know, if that is subject to anything the chair wants to add, if that is to progress to a vote, I think what I'd like to know is what your views are in terms of harm versus benefits. So you've identified those harms. Do the benefits outweigh that?
Yeah, just on that point as well, I do understand it's not your job, right? So again, if we can have explained to us exactly how we're going to reject it and try and understand these inspectors are not slow. They know exactly what they're doing. So we need a really good reason and then we can reject it. But we have to have a really good reason. Any help I can get on that?
Chair, I objected on the terms that the legal solicitors just said, you know, like landscape, the rights of way, amenity to local people. I think those, we've balanced, the people who are objecting to it have balanced the benefits of the scheme against the like sort of disadvantages of having the scheme, and we find that it's better not to go with the scheme. Now that's a valid planning reason to go against it, as far as I'm concerned. In fact, there's 3 or 4 there that you can put in there. And what I was just interested in what Jonathan was saying as well, that if we haven't got a plan as such for where the solar panels are going to go in the future, this is maybe a question for Stephen. Is there anything going forward where suitable areas, and to me this isn't a suitable area, it's far too close to residential areas anyway. Are there any other suitable areas not in close proximity to residents like we've got here in Burnham that are going to be pushed forward in the future? Because there could be a case for deferring this one until we have got a plan.
Yeah, Chair, just to summarise, I think what Councillor Boyes has said there, what I've heard is that in terms of the harms that have been talked about, his view is that the benefits are not substantial or sufficient enough to outweigh that. That's obviously a balancing judgment. In terms of whether a refusal based on those reasons would be sustainable at appeal, my advice would be no. It's very unlikely that it would be. You know, we've heard what Councillor Wilson has to say, with which I agree, and in terms of previous appeal decisions for solar schemes that were refused on that type of reason. And the very clear message from the planning inspectorate was that significant weight ought to be afforded to the benefits of renewable energy in the context of these types of scheme. And as has already been pointed out, that was prior to the newest version of the MPPF. So I don't think we'd win at appeal if they're the reasons that are put forward for refusal, and it is refused today. In terms of whether we're likely to be on the receiving end of an adverse costs award, I think probably unlikely that we would get costs in that situation, because it is a balance of the planning merits. But I don't think we would sustain that on appeal at all. I think it would be granted planning permission on appeal.
Chair, thank you. Yes, just really like to come in to follow what Neil has said there. I think that's our planning assessment of matters as well. Our members will have been in a position quite a few times in recent years where between the planning officer and or the legal officer, we do advise committee that if we've been unable to find a valid material planning refusal reason, then to proceed to refuse would open up a significant risk of an award of costs. In this case, I do agree with Neil's synopsis here that although as past planning appeal decisions have tended to show, and I do think this is a national position in addition to County Durham, there is an overriding very strong presumption in favour of renewable energy schemes unless there's a significant level of harm. And again, it's a valid point that Neil made that the previous appeals which have been allowed at Merton, at Sheraton, were under the previous NPPF. The NPPF that was issued in December last year, I think most planners would say, does strengthen the hand of renewable energy. But it does, and again, sorry, Chair, just I think probably to repeat what Neil has said, I think there's been a good debate today. Members have identified both positive considerations and negative ones. We've heard from David in particular in terms of the landscape impact, and that is all set out in the report. In terms of potential, just to pick on Councillor Boyd's point about deferring to a review of the Council's local plan, that's not something we could do legally. As members will be aware, we are about to commence work on a new local plan for the county, and as part of that, that will involve a call for sites. I would need to discuss further with our planning policy team whether we are intending to do a call for renewable energy sites or not. But regardless of that, you know, this planning decision does need to be considered today, and it wouldn't be appropriate to seek to defer that for such a time as the local plan might be in different policy, Chair.
Thank you, gentlemen. And therein lies the threat we always face. Now I've got John, who's waited patiently. John Higgins, please, and then Alan.
Thank you, Chair. I think first of all we've got to agree that we've got to respect everybody's opinions, whether we do like them or we don't like them. And I think a lot of people have contributed well this morning and spoken well. Now I would like to echo Councillor Boyd's comments. I do think we've got to arm to our community where they're being asked to be installed to. I do think the scheme's far too big. I think it destroys our local communities. Just like Councillor Boyd said earlier, Easington, after their pit closed, all their land was landscaped. They were a lovely area down there. I represent Wingate. We have an area called What the Pit Heaps. Now, if you can imagine, years and years ago, it was just old coal, dust, etc. It's totally been grassed over. Nothing can be grown on it. Nothing can be put on it. But what a lovely space we have. And I would think I would be devastated. And I know we can't go off. We've got hypothetical 800 people over here say we shouldn't have it, and 600 people here say we should. But I do think we've got an objection. I think it's the harm to the local community, and I'll be supporting David's recommendation for refusal. Thank you.
For that, John, Alan, you wanted to come back. Alan Bell.
Thank you, George, for allowing me to come back. I think also we need to bear in mind and appreciate and respect what Neil says as always. But you know, if it did end up with an appeal, and so may it be, and then, you know, let the inspectorate make that decision. And yesterday, and you know, 2 years ago, I'm visiting the site. I appreciate people, you know, like the site visits are never, you know, people can't get the site visits due to other commitments and for work. But just to emphasise the size of this site, it was probably, I don't live local to there, I'm from Lumley, but locals probably agree, the size of this site was probably the size of Lanchester and Burnham put together. It's not just a couple of fields, it's absolutely enormous. I've never seen anything like it. If this application was to go through, it would also set precedent for any future applications coming in, which, as Chris has highlighted, there's one actually on his desk at the moment. So it would be hard for him to refuse one if this one was approved at committee. However, we're not here to decide that. We're here for the application which is in front of us. And for that reason, I will stick by my to second the refusal on this, and for the landscape harm outweighing the benefits for what the officers, for what Chris has put forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alan. David, was yours a move? Did you move it?
Yes, Chair. I moved it on the grounds of what the legal officer said.
So we've got a mover and a seconder for your refusal, and a mover and a seconder for approval. Which one do we take first now? So I'm assuming nobody else wants to speak. So we'll take David's motion first for refusal. All those in favour of refusal? All those against? So that is refused, 7-5. I told you some would leave happy and some wouldn't, and it could just as easily have gone the other way. So, and you've still got to face probably an appeal, which, as Neil has suggested. Can we come up with any other reasons, David? Your three reasons.
Yeah, I've got landscape, the loss of landscape. I've got the size and scale of it, which is going to totally engulf Burnham as a village itself, as well as loss of local amenity and the loss of the like rights of way and the paths as well. So I think there's valid reasons there to be able to sort of put an objection to.
Chair, I think officers have got a detailed note of what the reasons are, and it's clearly been voted on now. So.
All right, that's the end of item A, which has lasted a good 2 hours. You're welcome to stay and listen to the rest of the meeting, but I doubt if some of you will want to. And I've got...
Excuse, Chair, from Burnham Parish Council, can I say thank you very much to yourself and all the members here.
Well, thank you for that. We've got to let people get out, and we're going to...
on the board. The second update is that the Council's Design Code SPD, adopted in December last year, is a material consideration and should have been included at paragraph 56 of the officer report. There are no implications on officer's conclusions or recommendation as a result of this document. The third update is regarding roof-mounted solar panels. The officer report states that these are not proposed. However, the applicant has clarified that they are proposed on all of the dwellings in accordance with building regulations. The fourth update is regarding Homes England funding for this development. Paragraph 193 of the officer report states that the registered provider, Living Homes, have already secured Homes England granting funding. The applicant has clarified that funding will only be sought if the site gains planning permission, as gaining permission is one of the criteria to seek that funding. And the fifth update is regarding a new objection received since the publication of the officer report, which raises concerns with capacity of local schools and doctors and with the loss of countryside. So just going through the committee, the presentation slides, Chair. The first slide shows the location of the site in the context of Spennymoor. So off to the southeast, we have the town centre. The next slide shows the location of the site. So members should note that the tree belt to the west and east of this site and the bridleway and adjacent hedgerows to the north and the housing to the south. As a result of these surrounding circumstances, the site is well contained visually within the wider landscape. So the next slide shows the approved site plan for the existing houses to the south, as approved back in 2018. Those existing houses are Phase 5 of the Whitworth Park development, also known as Burton Woods. I have shown the location of the currently proposed site in red. So one of the points made in the officer report, Chair, is that Phase 5 currently doesn't feature a finished edge, and I'll flick through the site photos just showing this. So this is the first site photograph taken from the southwestern edge of this site, looking northwest. So that tree belt you see in the centre of the photo, that is quite a substantial tree belt which will form the western edge of this site. And the next photo is taken from the southeast corner of the site, looking northwest across the centre of the site. And the next photo shows the southeastern corner of the site looking north. So this shows the substantial tree belt on the eastern side of the application site. And this photo shows the southeastern edge of the site looking across the top of Phase 5. So the application site is on the right-hand side. And again, another photograph looking in the other direction. So as members will be able to see, the agricultural field in the current site, it comes right up to that fence line. So this is an unusual arrangement for a recently constructed housing development. Typically officers would seek a 10 to 20 metre deep landscape edge. So it's usually like structured landscape and to frame the edge of a housing development. So the fact that there isn't one here on this particular site is an important material consideration. And the next slide shows some photographs from the northern edge of the site, looking back across the centre of the site, looking south. So from those vantage points along that public bridleway, currently the site is an open agricultural field, but you do have the existing housing development on the crest of that ridge. So this is the currently proposed site plan. So this drawing has gone through a number of amendments since the application was first submitted, as the applicant has worked with officers to address initial concerns. The current layout now shows a central north-south corridor to provide more public open space within the centre of the site. The current layout also shows a robust landscape buffer along the northern edge, connecting the existing tree belts to the east and west. The current layout also shows integrated drainage across the development, along with street trees, sufficient car parking and sufficient separation distances between dwellings. It is also considered that this site is a logical extension to the previously approved residential estate to the south. So one of the things that members may be able to see on this slide is when you compare the current layout to the layout to the south, It's clear that the existing housing to the south, it's much more dense and packed in, whereas this current layout, it's been through a number of revisions, and the applicant has worked with officers, as I say, to try and secure the best possible layout on this site. So the next slide shows the proposed public open space. So we have that central corridor shown in pink, along with public open space shown along the northern and western edges. So I set out in the officer report, the proposal includes a notable over provision of public open space within the site, and this should be afforded weight in favour of the proposal. So the applicant has effectively gone above and beyond what they are required to do when it comes to public open space provision. So just to quickly go through the colours, the children's play areas are shown in orange. So we've got a large area to the northwest, we've got a little bit in the central corridor, and we've got a little bit in the southwestern edge as well. We also have a play area for older children, again in the central corridor shown in purple. We've then got parks and recreational grounds shown in pink, and some amenity and natural green space shown in yellow around the edges. So the next slide shows some visuals of the proposed dwellings. These dwellings would be constructed of brick and reconstituted stone, and would be a mix of bungalows and two-storey houses. So again, the design and the material palette has been informed by extensive discussions with the urban design officer. So the next slide shows the location of the site in red and the location of the off-site public footpath resurfacing works in blue, off to the southwest and to the southeast of the site. The applicant has agreed to pay a sum of more than £25,000 to pay for the upgrade of the surfacing of these paths. The next slide shows the route of the new bus route to be provided through the existing estate to the south in yellow. The applicant has offered to pay £250,000 to cover the cost of this new route, and officers acknowledge that this route would benefit both residents of the currently proposed development and residents of the already constructed dwellings to the south. So just to summarise the consultations and representations, Chair, we have received no objections from internal consultees, subject to recommended conditions and securing a financial contribution toward increasing the capacity of local schools. Sport England recommend that a contribution of £193,683 be secured. The NHS recommend that a contribution of £144,900 also be secured toward increasing the capacity of local GP surgeries. The Town Council have objected to the application, advising the proposal would have a serious detrimental impact on green spaces and would lead to an increase in traffic. Concerns are also raised in the due to the lack of infrastructure in the town to support the development. So we've now received 56 objections from the public, and these raise a number of concerns as set out in paragraph 113 of the officer report. Ooh. Sorry, Chair. So as explained in the officer report, the site is not allocated for housing in the County Durham plan. However, this is not a reason for refusal in itself. A planning application should only be refused where harm is clearly identified and where that harm is not outweighed by other considerations. Officers do have concerns with the walking distances between the site and the nearest facilities and amenities. However, the applicant has responded to those concerns by providing a financial contribution toward upgrading services of nearby public footpaths, and this is to make them more attractive and desirable routes to encourage walking. And the applicant is also offering to provide a financial contribution towards providing a bus link through the wider estate to encourage public transport use. So whilst these contributions do not entirely resolve the identified harm, these contributions have helped reduce it. Sorry, Chair, keeps skipping ahead. Officers also have concerns with the loss of 3.9 hectares of Grade 3A agricultural land, which is classed as best and most versatile, as defined by the MPPF. Taking into account the current constraints in farming this land, it is concluded that this loss is outweighed by the economic and social benefits of providing housing in this location. As a result, the loss of this land would not result in a policy conflict. The loss of the agricultural land is still a factor to weigh in the planning balance, categorised as limited harm. So that's all set out in the officer report. So in response to the harm that's been identified by officers, the application is proposing a number of public benefits, including the provision of affordable dwellings, 14% biodiversity net gain, despite only needing to provide 1%, over provision of bungalows, and over provision of on-site public open space. So, as explained in the officer report, the assessment of this application is subject to a balancing act. The applicant has worked proactively with officers to address initial concerns, as officers have looked to secure a high-quality scheme and secure financial contributions to offset the impacts of the development on the town's infrastructure. The applicant has agreed to pay approximately £850,000 in financial contributions to help address the impacts of the development. So just a note, Chair, that is quite a substantial amount for a typical housing development of 299 houses. It is considered that the benefits identified within the officer report would, in this instance, outweigh the identified harm and outweigh the identified conflict with the County Durham plan. Therefore, officers recommend that members approve this application, subject to the conditions and the legal agreement set out at the bottom of the officer report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Callum. We've got both local members to speak on this issue, starting with Liz Maddison and then you, Pete Malloy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm County Councillor Liz Maddison, member for Spennymoor Division. I've been a County Councillor for 8 years and Spennymoor Town Councillor for 23 years. The Whitworth Park development, initially proposed for 700 homes under the Sedgefield Borough Local Plan in 2004, has been covered by 6 planning applications, first in March 2004 and June 2007 for Phase 1, and Phases 2, 3 and 3A in August 2009, when these were approved after an appeal by the developer as they were first rejected. These were all prior to my election to the council in May 2017. In June 2018, an application for 45 homes and an increased number of house types on a plot of 185 homes for Phase 5 was made. I voted against this as the local member on the basis that more houses were being condensed into the same plot, that effects on the infrastructure of the site and effects on the wider town infrastructure due to lack of doctors and dentists, the excessive traffic this would cause. This application was passed by a majority of committee. Whitworth Park Estate has been a building site for more than 20 years, much to the distress of local residents. Work from the original decisions are still ongoing with the protected right-hand turn on Whitworth Road, and at today's date, phases 1 to 5 are still not approved, with some work still ongoing to bring this to adoption standard. Residents are fed up with this ongoing work. The number of homes built are now well in excess of the original planned 700 homes. A community facility, an 18-hole golf course that was on an original plan, has not been built. In 2020, the Sedgefield Borough Local Plan was replaced with the County Durham Plan, and this application, Phase 6, for 299 homes, was not included in this plan, being a greenfield site on open countryside with views onto ancient woodlands. There was also excessive numbers of other housing developments in the area, so we were meeting our targets. I believe outside of the curtilage of the original planned development is detrimental to the surrounding green spaces, with the significant extra homes were and are still being built elsewhere, as I've stated. adding to the already extra pressures on infrastructure of the town, with lack of doctors and dentists, congested roads and lack of parking facilities. And this Phase 6 application will significantly add to these pressures if approved. The County Durham Plan Policy 29 states that schemes with one or more red scores will not be acceptable, and this is stated in the report, unless there are other overarching reasons. This red score is for proximity to facilities of this development, and considering that there are 56 bungalows proposed on this site, presumably for older and vulnerable persons, this distance from local amenities is a concern, with a walking distance to the town stated as 16 to 18 minutes, with cycling 5 to 6 minutes. These times may be for extra fit and well individuals and may not be realistic. I certainly could not do that. It is stated in the travel plan that the existing bus route on Carr Lane would not cover this area, and whilst there may be a future plan for a special bus service, currently no funding has come forward for a project of this nature. It is appreciated that Barrett have come forward to offer a third contribution of $250,000 to bring forward a bus route and $25,000 to improve bridleways, but more funding needs to be realised to cover an initial 5-year period. The report states that even with this development, there would still conflict with the sustainability requirements of policies 6, 10 and 21 of the County Durham Plan, due to the distances from the centre of the site to the nearest amenities and services, with likelihood of future residents being reliant on private vehicles for day-to-day needs. Local amenities have been identified as considerably more than 800 metres away from this site. The red score during the design review process results in conflict with Policy 29 of the County Durham Plan. There has been concerns raised regarding the drainage on the site, and this site has also waterlogged spaces. Concerns of flood risk and climate change have been raised previously, with floods not being maintained and adequately fenced off and away from areas where children walk and play, and some swales have been blocked on earlier phases, causing water to enter the northern bridleway. There is genuine concern that flooding on this estate also affects other areas, and I know from my own experience Greenways estate can be affected by it. The area is a high-risk area as identified by the Coal Authority, with underground coal mining at shallow depth and likely unrecorded coal mining at shallow depth. Speaking with older persons familiar with this area, they say that in some areas the voices of the miners working below the surface could be heard, thus supporting what the Coal Authority have said. The report itself states that further investigation on this is needed. The entrance to Gibbside Way from Carr Lane is extremely tight and is also on a blind bend from the Kirkdale side. It is an issue that affects local residents, also concerned with speeding on Gibbside Way. Parking on phases 1 to 5 have been a significant issue, with speeding also highlighted on these phases too, although the report itself assumes parking will not be a problem on this proposed development. The gradient of the site is also a concern, with no provision on the site with current greenbelt contractors for salt bins and dog bins for walkers. A number of requests have been made to have these on-site facilities but always rejected. And for regular maintenance of green belt areas, we currently have an abundance of weeds and litter that is not maintained. My concern is, will this happen on this new development too? I would ask the committee to note the considerable number of conditions that have been applied to this development for this to be approved, and to ensure that any conditions on site management and movement of HGVs, should this go ahead, be controlled, and the roads cleansed and swept, because on previous developments this has not happened. In conclusion, my view, and some of the residents I have spoken to, is that this development in this location is not welcomed. The significant Section 106 contribution is appreciated, but not at the expense of the environment, habitat and fauna, and safety and well-being of residents. There is also a 3.88 loss of prime agricultural land. Once this open space is lost, it is lost forever. I hope this application will be refused. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Now it's over to you, Pete. Peter Malloy, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Pete Malloy, Spennymoor Division. Before I read out my pre-prepared statement, Chair, I couldn't quite hear some of the updates that Callum gave this morning, particularly around living housing. So if what I say has been contradicts what's the update, please feel free to correct me. The planning application, which is for the construction of 299 dwellings and associated infrastructure, is on land that has not been allocated for housing in the County Durham plan. Approximately 2/3 of these dwellings, 200, have been included as affordable dwellings for living homes, which seems like a good selling point to grant planning permission for this particular application. However, it is noted in the committee report at paragraph 193, as these properties are secured outside of the planning system, it is beyond the scope of this application to consider the merits of this and to afford weight to the benefits of the provision of these additional 155 units, as despite the applicant's intentions, the occupation tenure of these units could still be changed to standard market housing in the future. This is because the County Durham plan limits securing only 15% of the dwellings as affordable, and that 15%, 45 dwellings, are already secured with this application. It has been identified by the Coal Authority that approximately half of the site lies within the Coalfield Development's high-risk coal area, and even though there are no known mine shafts within the site, they advise that the potentially worked shallow coal seams within the site do require investigation to ensure would be no subsidence. The site, which is known as Phase 6, will see the loss of much needed agricultural land, with 99% of it has been identified to be between good and moderate quality and has been previously used for crop production. Due to our country's population crisis, we cannot afford to lose any amount of agricultural land because we need to be more self-sufficient in our food production. Losing our agricultural land will make us more dependent on foreign imports of food, which will mean an increase in our carbon footprint, when as a country we are supposedly meant to be trying to reduce it. If this planning application is approved, the site will become part of an estate that currently has approximately 750 dwellings on it, and will increase the size of the estate to approximately 1,050 dwellings. And in paragraph 215 of the report, we are informed, because of the distance from the centre of the site to any meaningful amenities being greater than the accepted 800 metres walking distance, it will mean residents being reliant on their private vehicles for their day-to-day needs. The proposal therefore conflicts with Policy 21 of the CDP and leads to a red score in this respect. As well as the increase in private vehicles of a possible one vehicle per dwelling, this will mean an extra 299 vehicles plus visitor vehicles entering and leaving the site. This could bring further safety concerns of speed and traffic on the estate due to no traffic calming measures as part of the planning application. I have been informed by the planning officer that the meandering design of Phase 6 doesn't require speed calming measures, such as road humps within Phase 6, as the roads have sufficient bends to reduce vehicle speed. Although I understand the theory of the purpose of the amount of bends in the roads, in practice it might not prevent drivers from speeding and causing an accident with other vehicles, which has happened on this estate on one of the bends on Studley Drive. Work began on Phase 1 of this estate in 2005, and today, 20 years later, Phase 5 highways have not been adopted by DCC. I don't know if there are still any of the original residents still living on the estate, but I have been in communication with some residents who have been living on what is effectively a construction site for over a decade, and it is unfair on those residents to endure many more years living on a construction site. Moreover, if Phase 6 is approved, this could potentially give rise to issues regarding housing developments extending further northwards, as mentioned in paragraph 75 of the report. As well as an objection being submitted by Spennymoor Town Council, there have been 55 registered public objections for this Phase 6 planning application, with various reasons given in paragraph 113 of the report, and I ask the committee members to consider those objections that are defined as material planning considerations when making their decision today. In May of last year, a planning application for 187 dwellings on agricultural land not allocated for housing in the County Durham plan was approved by this committee. That site is located off Whitworth Road, which is not that far from the site in this planning application. So bearing this in mind, these 299 dwellings that are the subject of this planning application are not needed or wanted in the town, because the town's current infrastructure, such as medical services, will be strained even more with the increase in population these dwellings will bring to the town. And I don't think the Section 106 of £144,900 would make much of a dent in the town's NHS GP surgery capacity. One GP salary is between £73,000 and £110,000. So funding the GP for 1 or 2 years. What happens after 2 years? Paragraph 211 of the report states CDP Policy 29 states that the schemes with one or more red scores will not be acceptable and will be refused planning permission unless there is significant overriding reasons. After reading this report, I can't see any significant overriding reasons why this planning application should be approved, especially with the conflict with the locational sustainability requirements of Policy 6, 10 and 21 of the County Durham Plan, due to the distances from the centre of the site to the nearest amenities and services, even after substantial mitigation has been brought forward to improve the connections from the site. So I ask members to reject this planning application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Pete. Now I've got 2 further speakers on this item. I've got an objector in Ian Broughton, and then the supporter from Barrett Holmes, Amy Ward. We'll start with Ian, please, and you'll have 5 minutes. Kirsty will let you know, or I will if that thing still doesn't work.
I do have a timer, so I'll stick to the time.
Okie doke, thank you.
Can I start? Yes, I wish to object to this proposal, and I'm urging the Planning Committee to turn this application down on 3 grounds. The first ground is it isn't an approved site within the county plan, and this Planning Committee are the custodians of that plan. I know how much time and effort your officers put into putting that plan in place, and it shouldn't be dismissed lightly. The reality is there are brownfield sites in Spennymoor that are undeveloped, that are on the approved list. I don't doubt there's a need for the housing, but they should be built on approved sites, brownfield sites already identified within the county plan. This is a greenfield site. It's valuable agricultural land and therefore shouldn't be approved at all. And given that phases 1 to 5 were turned down 3 times on appeal, I think the committee can be quite confident that if they refuse this application today, it will not be overturned on appeal. There hasn't been a history of that in the past, and this is a far more sensitive site than the previous applications. Secondly, the role of the Planning Committee today is to judge this application against Planning Policy number 6, which is set out in your county plan. And the point I'm going to concentrate on there is the impact on services. Now, I want the committee to imagine all of the GP services in England listed on a list from 1 at the top to 100 at the bottom, with the ones at number 1 having a few thousand patients for each GP, and the ones at the bottom having tens of thousands of patients for each GP. And you might be surprised, Chairman, but the GP service I attend in Spennymoor is 85 on that list. It's right at the bottom. And over half of the patients attending my surgery can't get appointments on the same day. They're often waiting 2 and 3 weeks. And in order to bring GP services in Spennymoor up to the national average, you would need to build a whole new GP surgery. We already have 2. You need a 3rd one. And the £144,000 that Mr. Barrett and his colleagues are offering doesn't even touch the sides of what's required here today. Now, the County Council, in recognition of the pressures on school places, have spent £15 million building 1,000 school places in Tudhoe. There has been no comparative investment in GP services or any other health services in the intervening period. So I think both on the non-compliance with the county plan and the non-compliance with planning policy number 6, you can quite safely turn this application down today. The final thing I would say is I'm the token NIMBY here today. I live in Spennymoor and I'm objecting to this, but whenever you see these developments, there's always a balance. There's always some people who want the houses. There are always some people who want the jobs. There are always some people who want the economic development that a development like this would generate. In the 2 years I've been looking at this, I've not met one person in Spennymoor who's in favour of this development. Not one. And so for those 3 reasons, I'm urging you to turn this application down today, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Now we'll go over to the spotter from Barrett Homes, Amy Ward, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Amy Ward, Planning Manager at Barrett Homes North East. Firstly, I would like to thank and commend the Council's local planning department. Throughout the application, we have worked collaboratively and positively with the officers, in particular seeing the full benefits of the Council's unique enhanced design review panel process. The design of the scheme before you today has therefore been carefully considered by all parties, resulting in a high-quality design scheme which works technically and provides many benefits: ecology, housing mix, affordable housing offer, bungalow offer, and Section 106 contributions to benefit the wider community. Barrett always envisaged bringing forward this extension to our current Burton Woods development to expand the housing offer in the area. We recognised that despite being previously identified as suitable for housing, a couple of constraints were identified in a subsequent SHLA review, namely ecological and landscape constraints. In terms of ecology, no ecological designations exist within the site. A full suite of ecological mitigation measures will be provided, including integrated bat and bird boxes on the houses, hedgehog gaps in the fences, sensitive lighting, and biodiverse rich planting to achieve a BNG value of well over 10%. Landscape has also been a key consideration. The proposals are landscape focused and seek to retain existing soft boundary features. A key element of the design is the central landscape spine, which maintains key vistas through the site, whilst also incorporating a meandering footpath, a play area, and advanced trim trail for play and fitness. A strong landscape buffer has been created on the northern edge to appropriately link the ancient woodland to the west and the existing woodland block to the east. The officer has touched on sustainability and connectivity in his report. We have maximised connections into the public footpaths which border the site, in addition to the contribution for footpath upgrades and the bus contribution. A comprehensive travel plan also supports the application, which will introduce measures over the lifetime of the development to try to minimise the use of the car. A travel plan coordinator will be appointed by Barratt to provide residents with information that will encourage sustainable transport. For example, they will seek to promote a bicycle user group, car sharing, and a school walking bus. The new houses proposed have been designed to reflect the most recent changes in building regulations and so are more energy efficient. This will result in lower CO2 emissions, with homes which can be run on less energy and therefore lower bills. This is particularly welcome given both the ongoing challenge of climate change and the cost of living crisis. We recognise the importance of the right to a home for everyone, and the proposals will go a long way towards addressing the high demand for housing in Spennymoor and affordable housing across the county. We are in partnership with a registered provider who are in turn in discussions with Homes England, so that the site will seek to deliver 200 affordable houses, not just the 45 affordable as guaranteed by policy. This large number of affordable houses will help address the acute shortage of affordable homes in Durham. We are also providing 56 bungalows, and 66% of the houses will be adaptable homes, tenures which we know are in high demand in the county and that allow families and residents to make homes forever homes. The scheme will deliver many benefits. However, of paramount importance to us was delivering benefits for the wider community of Spennymoor. The proposals will open up the site, allowing surrounding residents to access the open spaces, the play areas, and the play and fitness equipment. The Section 106 will look to expand the bus service in the area for the benefit of all, whilst also upgrading elements of the footpath network to make them more user-friendly. There will also be economic benefits in the creation of jobs, increased spending from new occupiers, and enhanced council tax receipts. The proposed 299 houses will go a long way towards addressing the national push for new homes and help the council in achieving their increased housing target. This site is a logical extension with no technical reasons for refusal that delivers significant benefits to the local area, including high levels of affordable provision. We therefore hope members will support officers in approving this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Callum, do you want to come back on anything?
Yes, Chair. So normally when I present applications to committee, I usually sort of skip this bit and we usually go straight into the members' questions, but I recognise the public speakers have covered quite a lot of ground here. So just starting from the top, in terms of the Sedgefield local plan, this is something which is mentioned in the officer report. So there was a housing allocation in that local plan for 700 dwellings, and I recognise that there's now around 750 dwellings across phases 1 to 5 on the Whitworth Park development. But it is just to highlight that that Sedgefield local plan was adopted in 1996, and it's now nearly 30 years old, and clearly the county's housing needs have progressed in that time. So whilst officers recognise that the site is not allocated in the current County Durham plan, that in itself is not a reason for refusal. So as mentioned in the officer report, Chair, the site wasn't allocated in the County Durham plan due to ecological and landscape concerns at the time. However, the current application has addressed those concerns. So we do have some landscaping mitigation along the northern edge. The landscape officer therefore has no objection subject to conditions. We also have 14% biodiversity net gain, and we have mitigation measures to address impacts on protected species. So the ecology officer also has no concerns subject to conditions. So the reasons why the site was not allocated back in 2020 have now been addressed through the concerns that have been raised. Through the comments that have been provided by the consultees. In terms of the impact on GP surgeries and other infrastructure in the town, these will be covered by the Section 106 contributions. These amounts have been informed by my colleagues in the education team and also by the NHS. The walking distances to the town centre do remain an outstanding issue, and this is already covered off in the officer report. In terms of drainage, their previous concerns have now been resolved. The drainage officer has no concerns subject to conditions. The coal authority have no concerns subject to conditions. It's noted that condition 3 is a pre-commencement condition, which requires a developer to carry out further work before they can start. Highways have no objection subject to conditions, so it's felt that the capacity of the local road network can safely accommodate this development. In terms of on-site management of public open space, condition 17 covers this, so it will be secured. In terms of the construction management plan, we have received one and it has been found acceptable, and it's recommended that it be secured under condition 2 as an approved document. In terms of the affordable dwellings on the site, we recognise we can only secure 45 of those through the 106 agreement. Therefore, officers have only afforded weight to those 45. In terms of the loss of agricultural land, as mentioned in the presentation and as mentioned in the report, there is a loss of 3.9 hectares of grade 3A agricultural land. There is harm as a result of that, but it is limited. And also just on the point around the site history, this site has never been subject to a planning application or to an appeal. So I hope that covers everything, Chair, but if members have any questions, happy to help.
Thanks for that. Alan, you have a question.
Yeah, a couple of questions for Callum George. First one was the bus service. How long, the £250,000 contribution, how long does that see the bus service operating for? The second one was education, unless I've missed it, Callum, was what's the situation with education in relation to school places? And lastly, the tenure, the type of tenure for the affordable housing on the 45. I'd note there was only 15 down for rent, and I think sort of I've said this before in committee that the demand, I think as all members will note in your communities, is for rented properties, and I take it I'm not too sure if that's beyond officers' control, going forward in relation to requesting more rented rather than buy-to-let properties. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Alan. David, over to you.
Yeah, just a quick question. We sat on one up Whitworth Road development a couple of months ago, and that was like sort of going out into the countryside. How close is this development to that one?
Yep, Chair. So I'll just go through those questions in order. I'll just make a note. So turning first to the bus service, so this has been subject to quite lengthy discussions between the planning department and my colleagues in the integrated passenger team. So the integrated passenger team, obviously they're more than happy to take a financial contribution of the developer. They do have aspirations for a new bus route which feeds through Spennymoor, and this contribution will provide a significant sort of contribution to providing that service. In terms of the length of it, officers can only secure it for 5 years. So they've advised that it would cost £50,000 a year. Over the space of 5 years, it amounts to £250,000. Following that 5-year period, it is anticipated that there'll be people from the development and from the existing phases to the south, they'll start to become more regular users of that bus route. Therefore, after the 5-year period, it's hoped that there'll be enough people using the bus to make it financially sustainable for the bus operator. So this financial contribution, it's intended to kickstart that bus service and get it going, and then over 5 years we can hopefully get a regular uptake from local residents. On the education point, so the education officer has advised that we seek a contribution toward the capacity of SEND schools across the county, and it's felt that there is sufficient capacity in the local primary and secondary schools to accommodate this development. And again, this is the methodology that they have used and they regularly use when responding to consultations on applications. In terms of the affordable housing mix, so we only have 15 down as affordable rent, so officers feel that that is acceptable. In terms of the proximity to the previous housing site, it is at Almond Close, which is further to the southwest of this site. So I understand it was brought before members back in May last year, and that it was it was recommended for approval, and it was approved at the time. Hope that helps.
Thanks for that, Callum. Jonathan, you have a question, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's in relation to the play area. I've learned recently that the council, in terms of its ability to maintain the play areas that it does operate, it doesn't have sufficient budget to do that, so over the years they gradually deteriorate. Will the play area be transferred to the council for future maintenance, or is there another arrangement in place?
Yep, Chair. So condition 17 set out at the bottom of the officer reports. So that secures a scheme for the ongoing maintenance of the areas of public open space within the site, and this needs to be submitted to and agreed in writing by officers before the occupation of the first house. So it's pretty early on during the lifetime of the development. So currently, it's indicated that the maintenance would be passed to a private management company, but condition 17 does include a paragraph saying that in the event it's, well, yeah, so we can't control it through condition 17. So if it's to be passed to the LPA, then what I'll do is if it's passed to the County Council, I'll be discussing it with my colleagues in that team. But if it is to be secured through a private management company, then we'll be getting details of that, and we'll ensure that it's a robust management plan going forward.
Yeah. Thanks, Cal. Chair, just to come in there, it's an interesting point that members have raised, and Callum's come back on the private management company. Not strictly relevant to the planning assessment at all, I have to say. Just really to feedback, we have had some concerns in recent years across the county, and so on. I've seen Councillor David Lloyd something. I know we've discussed a couple of sites, David, hence why I wanted to come here, where in the past, land, whether it's public open space or play areas, have been passed across to a private management company, and we've effectively sat back and allowed it's a matter for policing it between the developer and the residents. And members might be aware of quite a few cases around the county where there's been concerns about that. But just really to point out to members, the condition that Callum referenced there, it's a relatively new planning condition we've had, which if it does go to private management company, sorry, it's unfair to put Amy on the spot and ask if Barrett's have made a decision on that, yes. But if the application was approved and did go to a private management company, then the effect of that condition would be to make sure that proper maintenance regime was undertaken on the play area and indeed the open space. Clearly, and as Neil will support me here, we can't get involved in any pricing mechanisms. That would be between the developer and future residents. But I just thought it's probably a salient point to mention that, George, that the conditions that we now apply, that Callum's referenced here, would make sure that that land was looked after properly.
Thanks for that, Stephen.
I think we both know what we're talking about. It's causing a lot of it's in the level of the same problem we've had with leases over the years. It's just getting out of hand, and I would very worry about that, because it is something I think we really need to address as a council, and perhaps need to take that on at another point.
Thank you. If we have no further questions, we can open up the debate then. Alan.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just going back to what the local members, one of the that's why I asked about the bus service. One of the sort of main point in here for a policy 6 site is the walking distance and the use of the car. And interesting as Callum says, it's the site's outside of the 800 metres guidelines, which the inspector has quoted on the Great Lumley site recently. Is it, and the £250,000 after 5 years, what happens then? There's no guarantees in relation to if it's a sustainable bus service or if it's not, and that'll fall away and everybody then jumps back in the cars. And then begin to wonder, are we creating a precedent when developers can come in, if it's outside the 800 metres, can come in, buy a service for £250,000, which is, in the grand scheme of things, is quite minimum contribution, of a scale from 300 houses, where does it end? Where do you then draw the line beyond the 800 metres? Like sort of, you know, is it, you know, I guess we're in, you guys as planners, your professional hands to guide us on that one. But the questions are then raised, like sort of, how far do we push it beyond the 800 metres? Because previously to the George Pitt side, we all were told it was 400 metres. We've now doubled it, and then in this situation, we've gone beyond it. I do respect also that we're moving into uncharted territories in relation to the new MPPF, which will then can push it like sort of even beyond that. But I guess as a county, we're also going to have to like draw the line in the sand, as the saying is, and sort of say like, this is where we stand, and then it'll be down to the inspectorate to decide where we lie on that. I suppose one for Stephen, I suppose he's a bit technical, all of that, but it's like, it's just a point to, you know, to make, like, where do we draw the line? Now we go beyond the, which like last year was 400 metres, this year's 800 metres, and today it's, I don't know what we're saying, is it 900 metres?
Yep, Chair, so it's an interesting point, this, and so there's been a number of different documents published over the years on sustainability and walking distances. So there was a turning point last year following the George Pitt Lane appeal decision on the edge of Great Lumley, and also some active travel England guidance published in June 2024. So the current standard is 800 metres walking distance from the centre of the site to the nearest facilities and amenities. The idea being is that under Policy 21 of the County Durham Plan, it prioritises walking ahead of public transport and cycling. So that is the standard, and you know, the developers who operate in this county over the last 12 months will be well aware of Officer's position on that. So as mentioned in the report, the site is beyond the 800 metre standard. That does weigh against the development, and that's been factored into the planning balance. And yes, we've got the bus provision, yes, we've got the upgrades to off-site footpaths, but there are still site-specific considerations, which in this instance we feel outweighs the harm as a result of that 800 metre distance. So I think as a starting point, if a development is beyond the 800 metres, it has to clearly justify that harm. So in terms of precedence, I don't feel this, you know, if members decide to approve this application today, I don't think it would set a lot of unwanted precedents elsewhere, because the balancing act carried out in the officer report refers to site-specific circumstances. This is a fairly unusual site in that it is an additional phase on a previous development. As mentioned in the officer report and in the presentation, phase 5 doesn't have a finished edge. You know, it was never envisaged that phase 5 would be the end of it. And there are a number of other benefits, such as the provision of bungalows, the B&G. This is a site which has gone through extensive discussions with officers, and as a result we do have a really good layout here. And I've made it clear to the applicant that we did want to see a really good scheme here before we could support it, and I feel we've secured that now. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just really add to what Callum said there, Chair. I think it's a good point that, you know, taking a site-specific analysis, and on Alan's point there, 800 metres, I think, in many planners' eyes is pretty much as far as we could go, and it is beyond some other sites that we've looked at across the county. But, you know, we have, well, Callum's taken the opportunity here to negotiate what I think we feel is quite a significant planning improvement by getting a bus service secured, which, my understanding, Callum, would not only just serve this site, but also the wider phases on Whitworth Park. Again, it's my understanding that that wasn't legally secured as part of the original Burton Woods approval. And I think you mentioned before, Callum, the additional rights-of-way improvements which have been put forward here. And again, I think just really added to what, again, Callum said in his presentation, Chair, I think, you know, I first heard about this site way back in 2009 when local government review came forward, and it was, as Callum set out, an allocated site in the Sedgefield plan. Now, while technically we can't give any weight to that today, I think, you know, there is some conscience to the fact that it was only didn't get allocated through the county plan process on the back of those ecology and landscape concerns. And I think Callum probably answered that question earlier in terms of how, through working with the applicants here, we have, it seems, managed to overcome the two site-specific constraints that really counted against it being allocated in the 2020 local plan. Just on the 5-year point, I think that's a very good point. I accept that. But again, I think the counter argument here, and I'll quite happily defer to Phil on this, is that the 5-year funding is pretty much our standard county policy and has been for some time in trying to sustain bus services. So again, I just think the model, the funding model which Callum's negotiated with Barrett's here, I think it's consistent with our county-wide approach.
Do you need to come in, Phil?
No, I think Steve summed it up. That's, you know, you look at it, you look at the fund that's needed in terms of build projection as well, to when there'll be a level of residents on site who would then the patronage. So 5 years is a pretty standard kind of length of time to take that to pump prime service.
Thank you for that. I do give you an easy ride, don't I? David, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Can you go back to the first slide with the photograph on, if you can, Callum?
Just shout when it's the right one. That one?
Okay, that one.
That one.
Yeah, you know, we sat on, it was last minute, didn't seem like last minute, and so closer than that, but there you are. But that was another one going out into the countryside. There wasn't an allocation in the County Durham plan. This seems to be the same, and the chair will know better than me about grade 3 agricultural land, how valuable it is. But it seems to me as though when you're saying it's the best and most versatile, and I appreciate we've got to balance and weigh up things, the positives against the negatives. But if we actually going out into the countryside, is this outside the settlement boundaries as well, as classed as?
Yeah, Chair. So on the agricultural land, so I think it's Natural England have set out the classification, and it's grades 1 through to 5. So grade 1 being, you know, sort of top dollar, really valuable agricultural land, and then grade 5 being not very productive at all. This site, well, sorry, 3.9 hectares of this site, it's about 28% of the site is grade 3A. So whilst it is best and most versatile, it is not as valuable as, say, grade 2 or grade 1. If this was grade 1 land, we'd probably be sitting around having a different conversation. So I recognise that there is harm, but it's not as valuable as other land elsewhere in the county. So there's other fields which are grade 1, grade 2, the loss of which would be far more harmful. In terms of, oh sorry. Yeah.
Just in terms of encroaching into the countryside, this one does seem to be doing. Is there anything to stop another application on top of this one going further into the countryside? And I know when we spoke to Stephen last time, he said that was pretty much as far as you were going to be able to go, as far as the settlement boundaries would allow. Yeah, now, is this one going to be a similar one where this is about as far as you can go, or will there be further encroachments?
Yeah, so in County Durham, we don't have settlement boundaries unless it's set out in a made neighbourhood plan. So Spennymoor doesn't have a settlement boundary. So this is why Policy 6 is engaged so often when we have housing sites across the county. So in terms of the current site, so as explained in the report, as explained in the presentation, we don't have a finished edge for Phase 5. So in my view, this is a fairly unique situation, and I've got the current aerial up on the slide there to help members understand that. So we have the tree belts to the east and to the west. We have a bridleway to the north with hedgerows on either side. The current layout, which I'll get back up on the slide as well, that does include a pretty deep landscape buffer. So that drone doesn't show it in detail, but we have got a pretty robust structured landscaping scheme along that northern edge. So between the tree belts to the east and the west, and then that landscape buffer to the north, it does effectively round off the Whitworth Park development. For whatever reason, Whitworth Park Phase 5 didn't have that. So looking at the current site, we aren't jumping beyond any designated like landscape buffers, we don't have any recreational land. It's a private agricultural field, and we feel that the current scheme, with the current landscape buffer to the northern edge, it'll actually lead to betterment than the current situation, because Phase 5 doesn't have that settlement edge, unfortunately. So hope that helps.
Sorry, Chair, just again quickly out of what Callum's saying there, I think, David, the question you were saying is, could this maybe open up a precedent? I mean, we were talking about the 800-metre distance before. I think a combination of that and the, quite robust settlement edge to the north, in my opinion, any future debates about whether we extend further north, and I'm not quite sure how you would get access to the north as well, just looking at the surrounding area and the layout plan. But I think members have heard me say this before, we have to consider the application which is before us today. But notwithstanding that, I just cannot imagine how any further site to the north could come forward under Policy 6, and that would have to be a debate as part of a future call for sites through the local plan process. I think there's as Callum said out there, both the 800 metres distance is right at the range of our normal planning standards, and the landscape buffer that Callum's negotiated with Barrett Sea, I think that does a pretty solid job, I think we'd say, in terms of safeguarding anything to the north.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's over to you, Jonathan, next, please.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I share the same concerns, actually, as Councillor Boyes. In relation to development in the countryside under Policy 10, we normally, and I know this is a judgment call, and it's normally considered on whether or not the proposal is well related to the existing settlement. And I just don't think this one is. It sticks right out. And it actually detracts from a more natural edge that boundary of the town currently has. You can see on the previous development, that's just directly to the sort of southeast, how the highway has been connected to enable access into this development, at the very southeast point. And also there's a possibility with this proposal through the two roads that extend to the north, obviously to extend those roads further north. So it looks to me that it's quite feasible. And in fact, potentially that this application has been designed in such a manner that enables future expansion to the north. So that's my first point. It's an unallocated site. So what we mean by that, I mean, you've got to look at the basis through which sites are allocated in the first place, through the County Durham Plan, and that's was previously based on an analysis of need. So obviously looking at the demographic changes in an area, the birth and death rate, immigration and emigration, and understanding how many houses might be needed in the future, and therefore that informs allocations that were previously made. So when it comes to a proposal for an unallocated site, I think it's reasonable to say that there's no sort of numeric evidence of need, quantitative evidence of need in terms of people that need to buy houses. I know the system has changed in relation to the new NPPF in relation to that, but that was the judgment that originally created these allocated, or as that site is an unallocated site. So that leads on to my point about sustainability. I really think we're doing what we can to stretch the definition of sustainability when it comes to this application. So keeping in mind that there's no evidence of quantitative need, all the material this site will use in terms of just stuff to build everything with, all of the energy that the future residents will consume, the resources that they'll consume, all of the waste they'll generate, then we come on to issues that people have already mentioned, like connectivity to walking and cycling networks. Doesn't look particularly wonderful in terms of the fact that people have to walk a very long distance to get to services. And that's going to particularly impact on older people and disabled people who won't necessarily be able to afford to buy a car. And of course, there's the issue of loss of agricultural land. So looking at all of those issues collectively, and the fact that there's no evidence of need for this particular development, makes me think it's anything but sustainable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just coming back to the grading of land, which you mentioned, David, I hate it actually, because land anywhere, if it's fed nutrients, will grow and will sustainably grow crops and or animals grazing on it. No, and I've got nobody else registered, written down to speak. Kevin, well done, thank you.
I'd just like to raise a point, Chair. It was an interesting point that was made just there now, just on regards to quantitative need and an unallocated site. People would be well aware, the same Garden Village, it was never an allocated, designated housing site, and how anybody could turn around and say that there was quantitative need for 1,500 new houses in that location, you know, it wouldn't stand water. But obviously, you've got to look at the bigger picture. I don't know how long I've been saying this in this chamber, probably going back, it's 4 years at least, about the housing requirement I've got for the county itself. Massive outstanding need, and the government came into power in May of last year, has actually doubled the housing targets for local authorities. You know, we really need to understand that we've got a local outstanding need, which is huge, and we've also got a national need that's got to be met as well.
Thank you for that. Alan, you come back, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, and a good point Kevin makes there, but at the end of the day, which is, you know, the discussion has like unearthed is like after 5 years, if that bus service stops, you know, and you have elderly people, there's 40-odd bungalows in there, so you will have elderly people who may not drive. How are they going to access the local services? There's no answer to that. And these people could just be sort of housebound, and literally. So, you know, as much as I'm here and I'm all for the need, what Kevin says, you know, and all of the great work what Callum's put into this application. But, you know, at the end of the day, sort of these people, they could be like housebound at the end of the day and couldn't get to the local surgery if there's no bus there. Unless there's something in place to say beyond the 5 years, that service is there. I mean, it would be untoward to approve that application. It's such a... That's the facts of the matter anyway. I just sort of, it's the way I see it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Oh, is that a hand raised there, David? Well done, thank you.
I think, you know, the whole point of this committee is to look at what is needed, but also take into consideration the quality that we get and what we're providing. It's all right, like I said in the previous debate, to have this, oh, you must do this. Yes, we must provide more housing, but it must be in the right place and provide the right facilities. And that's why we're here, isn't it?
Yes, that's exactly right. Anyone else wish to speak before we actually go to the vote?
Just a bit on the quantitative need, George, can.
Chair, so then to move it forward, like for the reasons outlined there, like not being able to, you know, answer them questions in relation to being sustainable, I would just request to move against officer's recommendation to refuse the application on the site for the reasons of not being a sustainable location and the loss of prime agricultural land. Thank you, Chair. Unless anybody else would like to add to that.
David and then Kevin, please.
Right, Chair. Yeah, I had concerns, but I think they were addressed by the officers. So, as far as I'm concerned, I'm quite happy to move the approval on what the officers have recommended. Thank you.
Mr. Reid's here for a word.
Just a quick point, I think, on the need issue, which was raised before, Chair. Again, as members will be aware, because I've seen a number of applications under Policy 6 in the local plan over the last 3 to 4 years. The council took a view at the time we adopted the local plan not to seek to meet all our housing needs through formal allocations. We took the view that there was a role to play through Policy 6 planning applications coming forward. And again, I think it's a good point that was raised before. That was based on our previous housing need figures, which, as members will be aware from the briefing we had at the end of the last meeting, the last county meeting, have gone up by 53–54% moving forward. So I do think in terms of the need, and bearing in mind if the application was refused and we were looking at a planning appeal, that would most likely be after next October, when the local plan would be 5 years old and the new housing figures would be in force. I do think any concerns around need and an applicant having to present a quantitative need for development would be a very shaky reason to go against the application on chair, I have to say. And again, I think that's a time and tested approach. We've taken similar policies, 6 sites which have come before this committee across the years.
Do you want to say anything, Neil, or no?
Chair, only that clearly we've had sort of rival motions here for refusal and approval. I didn't see anyone second either of those. I think that's probably the next step.
Yes, you were next, Kevin.
Yeah, Chair, I want to formally second this. When we get applications through like this, you can't win on them. If there was a proposal coming through sort of like a mile away, people would be saying, well, why not just extend the existing development? I think it's a well thought out scheme. I think it's got a lot of positives going for it, and I'm more than happy to second the officer's recommendation.
Thank you for that. Alan, did you want to come back?
Yeah, just as proposed, and also the and to add like development in the open countryside as well. Obviously, I think Elaine wants to come forward to do a second or on that.
Okay, you next, Elaine, and then Jonathan.
Yes, I'd just like to second Alan's to go against officers. I mean, it's all very well, the bus service, they'll be there, maybe there in 5 years' time, but there might not be a doctor's there, you know, a doctor's appointment for 2 or 3 weeks. So, you know, there's a lot to think about. But I will second that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Jonathan.
I was also going to second, but it's happened, so it doesn't matter now.
Okay, anybody else wish to contribute before we go to the vote? Which one should I take first, Neil? Right, he says take the for approval. All those in favour of approval? All those against? No, that motion has been refused.
So, Chair, the motion to approve the application in accordance with the officer recommendations has just been lost on the vote. So there is another motion now to be voted on for refusal for the reasons put forward by Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Peake. I think before we perhaps move to that, we just need to clarify some of those reasons. I've heard what's been said in terms of harm regarding loss of agricultural land, etc. But what's the members' views on the benefits of the scheme and in terms of the planning balance? So we've got harm on the one side, we've got some benefits. What's your view on that?
Yeah, I'm not too sure how to identify the benefits on it, Neil, what you're referring to there, other than the harms like outweigh the benefits, as in the loss of the sort of like development in the open countryside, loss of the agricultural land, and I think one of the main ones is what was the swing one for me was the not being in a sustainable location. Had it not been for that, I probably would have been had a different conversation on the site.
Yeah, okay. So I think what you're saying is that the key considerations for you that inform your motion to refuse are the lack of the sustainability credentials of the site, and the loss of the quality or best of most versatile agricultural land, and that the benefits identified in the report are not sufficient to outweigh that harm. So that's the basis of the motion that's to be voted on in a moment.
Thank you. I think it's over to 5B next to Louisa.
Need to vote on that, Chair Neil.
I thought we had voted on it. All right, go to the vote again then. Sorry, I wasn't listening right enough.
Getting a bit lost off here. Just 1 second. We just voted against acceptance, didn't we? There. So that makes it a refusal, doesn't it?
No, not generally, Councillor Atkinson. So there was a motion to approve in accordance with the officer's recommendation. That didn't get through, so that was voted down. So we then have to go to another vote on the alternative motion that Councillor Bell's put forward to refuse. So inevitably, it's probably going to be the same vote, 7 to 5, I imagine. But that's what we need to do now.
Well, I'm very sorry, Neil, but I was taking Alan's proposal for refusal, which is why I thought that was the end of the agenda. But we can do that again. All those in favour of refusal? All those against? Complete waste of time. Thank you.
Well, we never wasted anybody's time.
Louisa, you up next, please. Alan Bell, can I ask you to take the chair, please? I've got a doctor's appointment and I've got to travel to it.
Yeah, I've got a meeting at 7 o'clock and all, man.
Yes, Kevin?
Chair, can I just check how many members need to be present to keep us quorum, because I'm going to have to leave
Yeah, Neil?
at about 2:10.
Yeah, Chair, we'd need 4 members to be quorate.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Neil. Next application is item 5B, and it's East Derham and Hovel Community College. It's Hovel in Durham. And Louise Olivier is the case officer. Over to you, Louise.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. So this is a full plan application for the partial demolition, refurbishment and retention of the existing college buildings and the construction of a new two-storey teaching block and ancillary buildings, which include a haybarn, sheep shed, grain store and biosecure boot wash, with associated external work, substation landscaping and access. So I do have one update for committee, in that the report should have mentioned that the proposal has been screened against the EIA regulations, and the council issued a decision that this is not EIA development. So this site is about 1.3 miles south of Durham, and this slide shows the site location outlined in red, and which encompasses several of the permanent and temporary buildings currently on the site. The site is within the green belt and falls within an area of high landscape value, and there's a tree protection order on trees within the campus, and the site is within a coalfield development high risk area. The site is predominantly located within flood zone 2, but parts are also within flood zone 3, and part of the site is within the World Heritage Site inner setting. So this aerial photograph shows the tree cover to the north and east, immediately surrounding the site, and further woodland planting to the south and west of the campus. The Durham University Graham Sports Centre is across the road from the campus, and we've got some public right-of-way in the woodland to the west. So this slide shows some photographs showing the current buildings within the campus which are to be demolished. As you can see, some are particularly old and not fit for modern educational and accessibility purposes, and some are in poor state of repair and have been subject to flooding problems. So I'm sure you're all familiar with this main route into and out of Durham on the A177. This is heading out of Durham with the college on the right-hand side, and the proposed site for the new buildings is set back behind that tree line on the right-hand side. So the first two slides here show some views from Hoffel Lane towards the teaching block building, and the third slide shows views from Hoffel Lane towards the new agricultural buildings. And you can just make out the current agricultural building in the distance there. And these are some views from within the campus of the teaching block site on the left and the agricultural building site on the right. So this is the proposed layout, with the main teaching block in the centre, which is a northern-facing building with blocks centred around a courtyard. So behind that teaching block, we've got two new agricultural buildings, which are a sheep shed and a hay barn. To the west of the teaching block, there's an existing animal shed, and that's to be extended, and a small boot wash building is also being proposed. A grain store is proposed to the west of the current grain store building, and the area where the buildings are to be demolished is to become a large landscaped courtyard area. A temporary construction access would be taken from Hoffel Lane during the works, but once in operation, the access will be, as at present, from the main entrance taken from the A177. So this slide shows the elevations of the teaching block, which is a simple design in red brick with grey brickwork at parapet level. And we've got some visuals here of the proposed teaching block. And this shows a selection of elevations of the proposed new agricultural buildings, which you can see are a typical agricultural design. So turning to consultations and representations, there have been no objections from Active Travel England, the Highway Authority, Historic England, the Lead Local Flood Authority, Natural England, Northumbrian Water, the Coal Authority and the Environment Agency, and that's subject to conditions where appropriate. Durham City Parish Council, who are a statutory consultee, have objected on the following grounds: that the development is inappropriate in the Greenbelt and harmful to it, in conflict with the County Durham Plan and the MPPF, that the benefits do not outweigh the harm, that an alternative location should be considered, that there is conflict with County Durham Plan Policy 10, as it's harmful to the countryside, as ribbon development and affects views, that there is conflict with the policies of the County Durham Plan and the Durham City Neighbourhood Plan in respect of design and character of the area, and that there is also conflict with County Durham Plan Policy 39 in respect of landscape harm to the area of high landscape value. And there are also concerns over flood risk. So internal consultees have generally provided advice to enable officer assessment or have not objected and have required conditions to mitigate impacts. Both the Education Department and Business Durham have detailed their support. Oops, sorry. Just jumped on there. So the application has been advertised in the local press by site notice and individual notification letters sent to neighbouring properties, and there's been one letter of objection from Durham City Trust, who are concerned over the impacts to the green belt and landscape, including the cumulative impacts, the flood risk and drainage issues, the standard of design and impacts upon the character of the area, the issues around public access, maintenance and lighting. So turning to Greenbelt and Plan and Balance. Sorry, it just keeps jumping. Okay. So this amounts to inappropriate development in the Greenbelt causing harm, and there is also harm to the openness and to the purposes of including the land in the Greenbelt. However, very special circumstances have been demonstrated to clearly outweigh the harm to the Greenbelt. Other harms detailed include the design and impacts to the character of the area, landscape harm to the area of high landscape value, and minor harms in respect of disruption during construction, loss of bat roosts, and the loss of agricultural land. In terms of benefits and other issues, there are substantial social benefits in favour of the proposal in terms of continued and future education provision, including for SEND pupils and for 14 to 16-year-olds, which gain support from the LAA. The best interests of the children shall be a primary consideration in all actions by public authorities. The MPPF advises that great weight should be given to the need to create or expand schools and post-16 facilities. There are economic benefits in respect of investment, temporary and permanent job creation, and support for employment in agricultural occupations. There are environmental benefits to replacing energy inefficient buildings with net zero buildings, the provision of BNG above 10%, and woodland planting, and due to the sustainable agricultural practices and research that will continue to be undertaken. Other issues and their relevant policies have been assessed, and officers conclude that the impacts are neutral. So in conclusion, it is considered that the benefits outweigh the harm, and this amounts to material considerations that the plan should not be followed, and approval is recommended subject to conditions and a legal agreement to secure biodiversity net gain. As the development consists of inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, which includes the provision of buildings over 1,000 square metres or more, any recommendation of approval must be referred to the Secretary of State for their consideration and whether to call in this application for their determination. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Louisa. We have three speakers on the application. First one is the Parish Councillor, Councillor John Ashby. John, you have the floor, but could I ask, obviously, due to the way the committee is running over time, if you can be as quickly as possible. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I've already crossed out my first paragraph. I will say, though, I'm proud of this facility. It's in my parish ward, and it's a very significant proposal. I congratulate the officer on the clear and comprehensive presentation she's provided. We actually beg to differ only on the planning balance that she draws from a dizzying array of competing factors. The fact is, she and the numerous expert officer colleagues agree with us. Her report is unequivocal, and I'm quoting in full that, firstly, Paragraph 80 says, the officer advises that the site scores highly in respect of green belt purposes A, B and D, and in respect of the teaching block, where the criterion D would apply to the teaching block, this is materially larger than buildings that will be replaced. Officers consider criterion D does not apply to the teaching block and very special circumstances need to be demonstrated. Secondly, in her paragraphs 182, 304, the teaching block is acknowledged as being of poor design. As a result of the teaching block's appearance, there is clear conflict with CDP Policy 29, Criteria A, and Durham City Neighbourhood Plan Policies S1, H3, and C2, and Criteria A, B, C, and D of the paragraph 135 of the NPPF. Bear with me. Paragraph 191 says, this would involve a relatively substantial intrusion of built form into land of an essentially rural character beyond the robust woodland framework that screens much of the college, eroding that aspect of its character and detracting from its scenic qualities. The final point, her conclusion on green belt assessment in paragraph 303 says, officers have found that the construction of the teaching block and ancillary buildings in the green belt would be inappropriate development. In accordance with the framework and the local plan policy, officers attribute substantial weight to the harm so caused to the green belt by reason of inappropriateness. Substantial weight is also attached to the harm caused by the loss of openness in the green belt and of the purposes of including this land in the green belt. That's the end of my quotes, Chair, but surely that makes it an open and shut case for refusal. But it's not, because paragraph 308 on the planning balance argues that all of those many other clear failures and harms are outweighed by very special circumstances. Those are, I now have a quote again, officers attach substantial weight to the very real compelling need now for the continued and future range of education provision that Hoffel College would provide, and there are other positive benefits. Right, so the primary issue here for us is the new teaching block is located in the green belt, which is compounded by unsatisfactory design and bulk. So we ask, must the teaching block be in the green belt? They've said it's no workable alternatives, and that the new building must be completed and functioning before the existing building can be demolished. We have suggested, instead, the teaching block can and should be replaced in its existing location by having high-quality temporary teaching space just for the duration of the rebuild. And this temporary teaching space could be where the new permanent teaching block is being proposed in this application. Is this impossible? Not so. Taking the example across the road here of what is being accomplished with St Leonard's School, temporary, high-quality teaching space has been created in your southern car park while the school is rebuilt. The same solution could be done at Hoffel. So it's on that basis, though we support the continued excellent and special qualities of Hoffel, there's a feasible solution that meets their plans without all those acknowledged harms. And so we recommend refuse the current application on the basis that there is a highly constructive, positive approach that will achieve the welcome outcome. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, John. Louisa, would you like to come back on any of the comments?
Okay, so I'll sort of turn first to whether the teaching building could be temporarily sited elsewhere on the site, and then put back to where the current buildings are. So the St Leonard's situation is quite different from this site. It doesn't have the same constraints as this site does. The applicants have actually looked at alternative sites on this site as part of the flood risk sequential assessment test. Now, if it were to be moved as suggested, this would mean that the teaching block would be partly in the functional floodplain, flood zone 3B, which is restricted by Plan and Policy 35 of the County Durham Plan, and that would result in an objection from the Environment Agency. We've had pre-application discussions with them in that regard. If the teaching block were considered acceptable in that location, despite an objection from the Environment Agency, which is unlikely, there would be issues in terms of requirements to raise the floor level, which would mean increasing the height of the building. That would then have knock-on effects upon the non-designated heritage assets at the front of Huffle College. It would also result in the roof being much less area for solar panels, so the scheme would be less sustainable in that respect. It would result in more of a gap between the teaching area and the agricultural buildings than currently being proposed, and that would be an issue in terms of operations on the site. And this site also has the benefits of allowing the whole college to remain functional during the construction and demolition phases. So that's why this site has been chosen instead of that suggestion. So in respect of the status of being an appropriate development, yes it is, but I just want to highlight that national policy does allow for an appropriate development in the green belt, provided very special circumstances have been demonstrated, which we are satisfied has been demonstrated in this case, particularly in respect of the continuation of the SEND provision for education for children and those at risk of exclusion, and also due to the unique sort of situation and educational offer that this college provides, which isn't provided elsewhere in the county. There's also other social, economic, and environmental benefits which have been demonstrated in the report. So I do understand the concerns raised by Mr. Ashby in terms of the design, but my conclusion does differ, and that we as an authority do need to prioritise the needs of the children. And I feel this overrides the harm to the green belt, the landscape, and the design concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Louisa. We have two supporters on the application. We have Michelle Davies and Helen McCoy. You both have 3 minutes each.
Planning agent. Louisa has just made some of the points I was going to make, but she's quite right in terms of the fact that national planning policy allows in
Excuse me, Michelle, it's a bit quiet. Can you pull the mic more towards you or move to another microphone?
Is that any better?
Yeah, no, move to another one if that's okay with you.
Start again?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Could you move to another microphone? We can't hear you from here. Thank you. Sorry about this.
Is that any better? Yes, it is. Okay. Yes, Louisa made some of the points I was going to make, which is national planning policy does allow inappropriate development in the green belt where benefits clearly outweigh the harm, and there are very special circumstances. There isn't a dizzying array of factors here today, as the Parish Council suggests. There is a simple planning balance to consider about harm and benefits. So Louisa's report provides you with a really good comprehensive assessment of that planning balance and concludes that we've demonstrated very special circumstances in a robust way. In our view, the proposal will cause some harm to some of the green belt functions, but not significant harm. And it's noted that the Landscape Officer states that impacts on views would be localised from a limited range of public receptors, with the majority filtered or heavily filtered by vegetation. In terms of design, we made numerous changes to the layout and orientation of the building in a positive pre-app consultation process with the council. We don't consider the design to be poor. We consider that the use of brick provides a material association with other campus buildings. It clearly identifies it as part of the college, which first introduced brick buildings onto this site in 1938 as part of the Durham County School of Agriculture. That simple aesthetic is replicated in this new teaching block. Far from being poor quality, the building will be net zero carbon in operation, bringing major sustainability and cost-saving benefits. Louisa has dealt with the point raised by the Parish Council. In really simple terms, the teaching block can't go where the existing buildings are located because it would then be in the flood zone. For the first time, the new MPPF specifically references post-16 facilities and states that great weight should be given to the need to create or expand them. It's appropriate to therefore hand over to Helen McCoy, who's the Assistant Principal of Huffle College or East Durham College, to talk about that need in much more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Over to you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Helen McCoy, Assistant Principal, East Durham College. So the college was one of 16 chosen from over 200 colleges across the country to be granted money by the Department for Education for a new building due to the poor condition of the majority of our estate at Hoffel. Our conference hall, which is our only exam space, has capacity for around 70 learners. We have a cohort of 150 sitting exams at the same time. This is due to the growth in higher technical provision, which has enabled our learners to access highly skilled jobs in the agriculture and environment sectors, with other learners going on to higher education to study subjects such as veterinary medicine and ecology. The current hall has no heating and it floods. We have had an insufficient number of classrooms, many of which are too small to accommodate standard class sizes. The original administration block has been converted into classrooms which are inadequate in size to house the number of classes and the number of learners. This building also houses our apprenticeship provision and has no heating. The buildings have insufficient electricity supply, asbestos, and an insufficient number of toilets. Some of our most vulnerable learners are being taught in 2 houses with no proper classrooms. Effectively, they are being taught in a small living room. The college canteen can accommodate a maximum of 80 learners. We have around 500 on site on any given day. There is no student social space and no facilities for learners with SEN who require quiet areas. Refurbishment of the buildings would not be a good use of public money and would only be a short-term fix. It would not provide the sustainability benefits and would still not provide purpose-built 21st century learning spaces in the way that this application will. Without this development, the college cannot meet the demand for land-based education, which will ultimately lead to reduced course offerings and closure of vital programmes, particularly affecting vulnerable students who would be left without suitable education opportunities. The eventual closure of the college is a possibility that cannot be ruled out. As well as the direct impact on mainstream students and adult learners, the council would also be impacted, as it would have a statutory duty to find alternative education for SEN learners. The teaching block and other new buildings proposed are intrinsically linked with our land-based courses and this location. Relocation of all SEN provision to our Peterlee campus, for example, would be detrimental to the pupils in terms of travel distances. The location of the new teaching block will immediately solve all of our issues with flooding, as it sits within a lower flood zone and will have a higher floor level. This is why rebuilding it in the same location as the buildings to be demolished does not make sense and indeed is not possible. We respectfully ask members to approve this application to ensure the continued prosperity of the college for the benefit of the learners and staff, as well as the wider community, the council and the economy of the region. The long-term viability of Hoffel College is reliant upon this investment. Without it, some of the estate will be uninhabitable and may require us to close some of our provision. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Alan. Right, over to the committee. Do you just want to roll in just a full debate with your questions all rolled into one, or you want to go questions for officers or applicants? Let's open the debate. You roll it all into one if there's any questions to go. Jonathan, we had you to start.
It was a question, but I'll kind of roll it into whatever. And it's just that, obviously, there's a big sort of load of dice being rolled here by the applicant, because it's a Greenbelt application, so you must have been aware that you're taking a big risk in putting together an application that has a very clear impact on the openness of the Greenbelt, so would be in breach of that policy. And I hear the argument about the very special circumstances that you've put forwards that balance that. I guess my question to you is that you're removing one building and then putting in another building in an area that doesn't flood. Understand that. But why can't you balance the impact on the openness of the Greenbelt by restoring the area where the old building was to something that is fitting with the landscape of the area?
So I think in response to that, obviously we're proposing a significant landscaping belt immediately to the south of that new building. In terms of where the old buildings are, that is being reinstated with a comprehensive landscaping scheme. So I think that biodiversity net gain on the site is something like 12%, so above the requirement. So I would say that we are trying to put back the landscape to the best of our abilities. As Louisa said, the issue with this site, and I appreciate what you're saying, is why would you try and pursue an application in Greenbelt? This is such a constrained site. It's so constrained in terms of Greenbelt, landscape value and flood risk, which is the key driver really, because that is a public safety point. So the teaching block has to be where it has to be. You've heard why we need it. We are proposing significant landscaping, which will take some time, but in 15 to 20 years will significantly return the landscape to that wooded character.
If I could just also make a point from a college perspective, we got that money from the Department for Education in 2020. It has taken that long to get to this point because of the complexities on the site. So all of the discussions around where else it could be, or because we've had to involve the Environment Agency, we've had to involve all of those discussions. That is the reason why it has taken this long, because of the site's complexities.
I mean, with all due respect, Chair, that's not really answered my question at all. The location of the building you're knocking down, what's happening to that?
It's in flood zone 3B, therefore the Environment Agency won't let us put a building on there. That is where we've been.
It's landscaping.
It's landscaping.
I don't know whether Louisa can point it out on the plan, but that's the proposal, so where the pointer is. So on that plan, it's not entirely clear. You can see the demolished buildings in red, but where Louisa had her cursor, all of that green is proposed new landscape area.
Okay, Jonathan?
Well, the point is, if they're swapping one for the other, I can't really see how there's an impact on the openness of the greenbelt.
Yeah, point taken. And also, I guess, in a few months' time, then it becomes a question, is it grey belt? Jim, sorry, Craig had a question, then yourself, Jim.
Well, I didn't have a question. I was going to just come into the debate. Craig Martin, councillor for North Lodge and Chester Street. So I share many of the objectors, members' concerns about Greenbelt. Whatever anyone ever wants to, we don't touch Greenbelt. It's major red flags, etc., etc. But I think with this application, and having listened to it and my understanding of the area, I think I'd be sort of disagreeing with the planning officers on most things that would go here, but I think because of the unique thing that is going here, that makes me sort of agree with the officers in favour of it and happy to see the loss of the green belt, because we need to remember what is actually going here. If this was just a college or just a school, I'd probably be sat here objecting and kind of raising my eyebrows. But we have to remember this is the college that educates all of our farming, agricultural people, that these people are the future Georges of the world, effectively. That might make people not want to support this, actually, now that I say that sort of thing. But effectively, this is the future people working in our green environments for the future. This is effectively a college for farmers, effectively, from my understanding. I apologise if I'm understating what the job you do is, and I imagine you do so much more on site than actually that. So just as much as if we were sat here looking at the countryside and going, can we put an agricultural building here? We would give it special dispensations because it is an agricultural building in that kind of an agricultural world. I feel that this is attached to it in a similar sort of way. So I actually say we move that we should support this application, like to approve it. I'd also just like to comment on just some of the comments of the parish council. I think it's really unfair to compare this to St Leonard's. St Leonard's had zero choices but to kind of leave their building, and I have a feeling that the reason why they've got loads of really high quality temporary teaching buildings is because the government just had to pour money into the problem, which is, you know, anybody that knows the further education sector at the minute, they are really devoid of any money whatsoever. So, you know, I fully support this application just on the pure basis that this is the engine for producing the next people working in our rural environments, and we keep forgetting that County Durham has a really big rural economy. Chair.
Thank you, well said, Craig. Jim, over to you.
Yes, Chair. My primary concern is the interest of the benefits to the children as well. And the very passionate speech that we've just heard from the Vice Principal. And I'd be happy to second Councillor Martin's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim. David, over to you.
Yes, I think, you know, one of the worries we would have on this committee normally would be intrusion into the green belt as being, you know, just another wedge to take it further and further. But I don't think this applies here. It's just looking at a site which isn't working and just revamping it a little bit. So, and yes, I take what the parish council says, but I think looking overall at the special needs, and there's always an exception, isn't there? And I think in this case it is one. I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, David. Any other comments? No? Yeah, and just one quick comment on that. I think we're very, very fortunate as a county council to have Hoffel in our division, and as Craig rightly said, you know, we are a very rural county, so we're very pleased to have you on board. The officer's recommendation is down for approval. All those in, we had a first from Craig and seconded by Jim. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. D, isn't it? Okay, next application. All right, yeah, just one moment. We'll just have to change over some stuff. His battery's probably run out by now. They're very low, these seats.
Yes, they're low. Can I think I might be more comfortable in your seat. So, John, are you speaking on this one as well? Yeah. John, no, I'm not. No. You will, you might have been, but...
Okay then, ready to move on. Next item, item 5D. It's construction of purpose-built student accommodation over on Old Durham Way, and Richard Lawton is the case officer. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and get through this as quick as possible. I think it's about to get dark soon, so I'll try and get sorted. But yeah, this is construction of a purpose-built student accommodation with associated car and cycle parking, pedestrian infrastructure and landscaping at land to the northwest of Melbury Court, Old Driveway Way in Durham. So this is an application which actually is quite close to County Hall. It's across the road. The application is currently the application site is currently a 100-space private car park that helps service visitors to the hospital. It's been given quite a few temporary permissions since 2009. So I've got the aerial photograph there, just circled the site in red there. So as I say, the site's quite close to County Hall, and it's south of the University Hospital of North Durham, with access from South Hill Way. Melbury Court Care Home lies to the south of the site, and the existing student accommodation buildings of Keenan House and Brackenbury to the east. There's also a children's nursery that lies southeast of the site, and then there's also a residential area through beyond Dryburn Way. There are bus stops located on the B6532 again, which is just the road through the entrance to County Hall. And then also there's Southfield Way, which offers pedestrian and a cycle route connecting to the city centre. Quickly just run through some photographs. This is just from the roundabout at Southfield Way and the approach to the site. The access road and gap of vegetation allows views of the car park and also the existing student accommodation buildings in the background. Again, this is from Southfield Way. It's just an example to show that there is the new pedestrian and cycle route along Southfield Way, where students will be directed from the main access door to walk or cycle into the city centre. Some more site photographs more into the site now. The photos show within the car park and the nearer buildings of the 4-storey student accommodation and also the 2 to 3 storey Melbury Court care home. And I've also just added another photograph north of the site, which is the hospital building and car park in the sort of glazed wall on the front elevation. Thought I'd provide some nice visuals for you. This shows the proposed appearance and the scale of the building from the roundabout, again on Southfield Way. Has a ridge height of approximately 60 metres depending on the land levels. The opposite of the car park is replaced with a 4 to 5 storey building. The scale has been reduced with removal of the 5th floor nearest the roadside, and the building has also been set back since the original submission to allow new hedgerow planting and also trees to soften the appearance. This visual is taken from the southeast, where the southern block has been reduced from 5 to 4 storeys facing towards the care home. The glazed 5th floor has been extended to the eastern block opposite Brackenbury building. The use of materials is a grey angled stone with gold cladding and window frames. The proposed layout would be for 232 bed spaces with 142 studios and clusters of 90 bed spaces with 5 to 7 bedrooms. The communal areas will include a cinema room, a gym, sauna, games area, study rooms and also private dining. The new building would be 20 metres to the PBSA Brackenbury building to the east and up to 18 metres to the single-storey blank gable wall of the care home, and also a further 27 metres to the side elevation of the 2nd floor of the care home. I've got a little picture there of the roof plan. This just indicates that there's a small terrace for additional outdoor space. There's also solar panels and a green roof. From a heritage perspective, I've included this visual. This is a long-range view taken from Mountjoy to the south of Durham. Shows the existing hospital in the distance. The proposed building would be visible, but it would sit lower than the hospital and not form a dominating presence in context with the surrounding buildings. And just to confirm, there's been no harm identified to the World Heritage Site from our conservation officers. The landscaping plan shows the efforts to retain the protected trees along Southfield Way and also enhance the western and northern boundaries with new tree planting, hedges, turf and wildflower, which also has biodiversity benefits. There's also a central courtyard for outdoor meeting space, which is also landscaped. And the plan also shows the access point from the main entrance we see to the northeast corner. This directs students towards Southfield Way. There is also a re-entrance from the courtyard, but this will be closed from the hours between 6 and 8 p.m. Just to quickly run through the consultees, there have been no objections in particular from the Highways Authority, Environmental Health, Design and Conservation, Landscape and also the police. There has been objection received from the City of Durham Parish Council, City of Durham Trust and MP Mary F. Foy, along with 33 objections from local residents. The concerns in summary relate to the lack of need for the student accommodation, the impacts to the World Heritage Site, road safety and the lack of car parking, poor connectivity to Durham City Centre and also the general increased footfall through Dryburn Way, potential antisocial behaviour and the impact to the amenity of the care home and also an inappropriate design and scale of the building. Also, I've just got to receive a quick update. There's been a late representation received from the neighbouring Melbury Court care home. They raised concerns that the scheme would lead them to object to the scheme due to concerns for their residents and the operation of the facility. So there should be careful consideration due to the care home specialising for those elderly people with complex medical conditions and end-of-life care. There are concerns with the impact to the loss of the car park, as already mentioned, which is a valued facility under Local Plan Policy 6G, as it has not been demonstrated if this is no longer viable. And there will also be a potential increase to on-street parking due to this loss of the car park. In general, there's also concern with the impact to community and if the management plan itself would be enforceable and the new building may be overbearing based on the height and topography. So I'll try and quickly run through the summary of the conclusions is that it is considered the scheme accords with the criteria in Policy 6 of the local plan that permits development on allocated sites within built-up areas, and to add the existing car park will not be considered to be the loss of the last valued community facility in the neighbourhood under criteria G. The scheme also accords with the local plan policy 16 that specifically refers to BABCA development. The application has demonstrated a need in this location and sought appropriate consultation with the education provider, resulting in no objection from Durham University. The site is also readily accessible to the university, hospital and nearby service and facilities with good connectivity from different transport modes. It is considered to be acceptable in terms of design, layout and security with no objection from design and landscape officers. There will be no significant harm to the World Heritage Site with no objection from conservation, where the impact would be no more significant than the existing buildings. Whilst it is accepted that the proposal would increase footfall in the area and intensify the use of the site, the scheme would be operated alongside a management plan and students directed to the primary route away from residential areas to minimise the disturbance. And just to reiterate, there's been no objections from the police or environmental health on this issue. The existing car park is privately owned and the Highways Authority has no objection to parking provision with traffic regulation orders already in place in the area. So overall, the objections raised would not outweigh the above conclusions, and on this basis, the application is recommended for approval, subject to the applicant entering into a Section 106 planning obligation to secure financial contribution towards healthcare facilities, the creation of new off-site open space provision, and a BNG monitoring fee, and a list of appropriate conditions. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Richard. We have three speakers on the application. First one is Councillor Grenville Holland from the Durham City Parish Council. Grenville, over to you, and as previously with John, if you could be as precise and quick as possible. Thank you. Yeah, just be as quick as possible, Grenville, that would be appreciated.
Yes, I will do my very best, but we do need to get a message across here. I'm speaking on behalf of my parish council and in support of our MP Mary Foy. Both of us oppose this application for the following reasons. First, this intended PBSA will create an overbearing building that is incompatible with the adjacent care home. It therefore fails CDP Policy 6A, which requires the development to be compatible with and not prejudicial to any existing and permitted use of adjacent land. Secondly, the loss of the important car park linked to a busy and expanding hospital conflicts with CDP Policy 6G, which protects a valued facility that is both active and viable. Third, the application fails CDP Policy 16.2a because the need for additional student accommodation of this type in this location has not been demonstrated. The consultation with the university required under Policy 16.2b has merely indicated that although they would be happy to add this property to their residential portfolio, they had no vital need for PBSA so far from the main campus. The existence of a single university department building on the sands, which is included in the justification, is in fact no justification. Fourth, CDP Policy 29A and E require new properties to, quote, contribute positively to an area's character, identity, heritage, significance, and townscape features. There is no evidence that it does, and despite nearby postgraduate accommodation, the area to the south of the hospital is characterised by a mix of semi-detached and detached housing where HMO applications have already been refused. Fifth, the application fails both CDP Policies 29E and Policy 31, which permit development only where, to quote, where it can be demonstrated that there will be no unacceptable impact either individually or cumulatively on health, living or working conditions. This proposed PBSA will eventually dominate the care home and lead to noise and privacy impacts. It will also significantly increase footfall on Dryburn Way, despite vague promises that future students will somehow prefer the busy Southfield Way. 6, although required by both CDP Policy 45 and Policy 16B and C, no stringent assessment has been made on the effect of this building that will have on the views to and from the World Heritage Site and the direct impact on the ugly sightlines to the cathedral from the hospital and the rest of the site. This proposed building certainly does not, quote, sustain and enhance the significance of this designated asset, as demanded by these policies. We therefore jointly believe that this application should be refused. In response, the officer's adroit and skillful report seeks to minimise concerns at so many policy failures. In his report, the officers used on policy 6 to use just 6 paragraphs, while the equally important policy 16 has 22 paragraphs designed to reassure you that the proposed BBSA is rather nice. Yet nowhere does it demonstrate, as required by policy 16.2a, that there is any need for this addition to the university's residential portfolio when it already has the ability to enjoy 2 more on-stream PBSAs, the approved Prince Bishop's development offering, which has 400 bed spaces, and further development going on at the moment at Hill Bede. The email exchange between the university and this officer did not indicate need, and no objection does not equal need. Simply being a nice addition to their portfolio is not enough to satisfy policy 16.2a. The 7 paragraphs given to CDP policy 29 do not justify the adverse impact caused by a building housing 232 lively students adjacent to a well-established and much-valued care home and its ailing occupants. Furthermore, student activities affecting residents of Dryburn Way cannot be discounted by using the specious argument that somehow they'll all quietly make their way to and from the university campus using the traffic-laden route of Springfield Way. The loss of the car park, vital to the expanding hospital, is also unacceptable. The important CDP policies 44 and 45 offer 12 paragraphs in the report to explain how the large building perched on a hill just below the hospital will either make no difference to or even enhance the setting of the World Heritage Site, and it's not convincing. In the final analysis, this committee has a choice. It can draw reassurance from the officer's report, or it can reflect on the true impact that this peripheral development will have on the adjacent care home, on the residents of Dryburn Way, on the hospital car park, and on the protected setting of our World Heritage Site. And I'll ask, are you sacrificed for a PBCA that is not needed? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, as always, for that, Granville. Much appreciated. Next on the list of speakers and objectors, John Law from the City of Durham Trust. John, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. There was a slide that I requested, that's the one. That slide is actually the text of paragraph 139 of the officer's report, and that's what I want to speak about. The Trust submitted 3 letters in 2024 setting out in full our objections to the various versions of this application, and I don't intend to repeat those objections here. My purpose in addressing the committee today is to challenge the arguments put forward in paragraph 139 of the committee report, because I think they have serious future consequences if they're accepted. The key point in our objection is that the proposed BBSA will block the view from the hospital restaurant of all of the cathedral except the very top of the crossing tower. The western towers and the roof would disappear from the view from the hospital restaurant. Now, the arguments put forward in paragraph 139 dismiss our objection, but it does so in a way that's self-contradictory. Firstly, it argues that the most significant designed view in that part of the city was from the principal room of Dryburn House, which has already been sacrificed. It then implies that because that view has been lost, the view from the hospital is irrelevant, and that doesn't follow at all. In fact, policy H1 of the Durham City Neighbourhood Plan encourages developments that take opportunities to open up lost views. Secondly, paragraph 139 acknowledges that Dryburn House was one of a series of high-status country houses on the outskirts of the city, where the buildings and gardens were designed to draw the cathedral in, thus implying that such views are important. There are other examples where such views were deliberately designed. They are, for example, from Crook Hall, from the new Brewdog building at Milburn Gate, and above all from the gazebo at Old Durham Gardens. Such views from within buildings remain significant. And finally, paragraph 139 recognises that the view out from the hospital would be lost, the cathedral being blocked by the development proposal. But it goes on to assert that this cannot be given weight in the determination of the application. No justification is offered for this assertion, other than another assertion that affording weight to assessing views from within buildings would set a dangerous precedent to determining the impact on heritage assets. My examples above of the design of Crook Hall, Brewdog and Old Durham Gardens to take advantage of views of the World Heritage Site shows that views from within buildings are important and no danger is threatened. Policy 45 of the County Durham Plan and Policy H1 of the Durham City Neighbourhood Plan both protect views to and from the World Heritage Site, and they don't differentiate between views from outside or within buildings. The arguments put forward in paragraph 139 are, in my view, insupportable. Thank you.
Many thanks for that, John, for your comments. Next, we have a supporter, is Emma Lancaster. And Emma, you have 5 minutes. Over to you, thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. You've had a very comprehensive update from your officers today, and you also have a comprehensive report before you. Officers have told you that the application accords with all relevant local and national policies, all meaning that planning permission should be granted. I'm therefore going to try and use this time just to respond to the points that have been raised by objectors, but would stress that the majority of those that are referenced in the report were actually in response to the scheme as originally submitted. We've worked with officers over the last few months to produce an amended scheme that they're now able to support. Turning to need in the first instance, and particularly concerned that the Parish Council has misrepresented the university's views on this point. Both the university and the student body have told us there's not enough high quality accommodation to meet demand, and we have submitted evidence of both quantitative and qualitative need that your officers have reviewed. In recent years, students have even been forced to camp out in the streets on the night that accommodation is released to have any chance of securing a room. This shortage has led to increasing rents, and the university have told us that affordability is an incredibly key issue for their students. And they've told us that demand for accommodation which meets the requirements of those with special needs massively outstrips supply, as well as their ability to house returners being regrettably almost non-existent. The result is that many students are in overpriced, poor quality accommodation that is in unsuitable locations. Many of these are houses in multiple occupation that would have otherwise provided much needed family housing. So taking all of this on board, the scheme presents a variety of accommodation at different price points, with a high proportion in more affordable cluster flats, and a range of accessible rooms which are tailored to meet different needs beyond just mobility impairments. We're not aware of any scheme in the city that does this. Through the design of the scheme, there's also a focus on student amenity and creation of a community, in keeping with the collegiate and inclusivity principles endorsed by the university. And finally, on this point, the applicants are committed to early delivery of permissions granted locally. They'll open to meet demand for the 27-28 intake. Other schemes that are in the pipeline in the city will not come forward for several years and therefore won't meet these pressing needs. In terms of location, the site is demonstrably appropriate for student accommodation, as evidenced by the fact there are already accommodation blocks just across the road. There are excellent links to the city centre, the main university and business school campuses. They're all within comfortable walking distances, and there are excellent public transport links, as your officers have told you. In terms of neighbouring use and amenity, the site is in an area of mixed character, but we have been cognisant of the care home next door in the design of the scheme, and it's something that officers have also carefully considered, ultimately concluding that the design, scale and layout are acceptable and will actually result in betterment to the character of the area. If members have questions about the relationship between the buildings, I'd be happy to answer them. In terms of the disturbance that would be caused by the use, the 24/7 comings and goings that are associated with the car park use, we would respectfully suggest are actually result in more disturbance than the proposed use. But notwithstanding all of these points, the scheme will be managed by a reputable operator, and a student management plan has been submitted with specific measures to control the use of Dryburn Way. There'll also be a 24-hour help desk, and the police and your EHO have no objection. Turning to the loss of car parking, the site is privately owned and operated. It could close tomorrow. It's been earmarked for development for a long time, and the previous permissions for a hotel evidence this. There's only ever been temporary permissions, and the latest one has actually now lapsed. On-street parking is already controlled through TROs, and there's a controlled parking area which prevents non-permit holders during the day on residential streets. There's no objection from the hospital or your high-rise officers. In terms of the cathedral and the World Heritage Site, we've submitted details of theoretical visibility, and various viewpoints have been tested through the application process. Views from the hospital are not and should not be protected. Your officers are clear on this, and would remind members that there have been historic permissions for large-scale buildings on the site, including a 4-storey hotel of larger footprint. Views across or from the World Heritage Site, these would all be seen in the context of the existing hospital, which is of greater mass and height. Officers have concluded there is no harmful impact, i.e. the scheme does sustain the World Heritage Site significance. The university puts Durham on the international map as a Russell University, and it's a source of employment as well as indirectly supporting the local economy. But evidence shows accommodation is critical to student experience, and the needs of students are not being met. The site represents an ideal opportunity to change that and reinforce the identity of Durham as a desirable university destination, whilst also addressing a raft of housing issues in the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just in time, Emma, thank you very much for that. Okay, then that's all the speakers. Just before we open the debate, yeah, I was on site on the site visit yesterday, and one of the concerns which has been highlighted and spoke about from the agent was the car parking. But then obviously Richard answered the question in relation to the hospital using the car park, and as been said, that the company could actually just close that car park today, and at the end of the day it was a temporary permission. In the hospital, it's a situation for the hospital to deal with rather than the applicant or the landowner. And on another point in relation to the student accommodation, I sit on the Central and East, and month in, month out, year in, year out, all the contentious and the chaps from the City Parish Council and the trust will back me up on this one. The properties coming forward for HMOs is absolutely nightmare in Durham City, and the pressures on the residential properties which are lost left, right and centre to HMOs. So you know, whilst it, you know, might not be everybody's sort of in everybody's favour this development, we've also got to remind it also dedicated such property relieves that pressure on such HMOs. But that's just a thought from me. Just before we open the debate, and just on the car park, I don't know if Highways and Phil, if you wanted to have any comment on that, or you just...
No, Chair, I think, as we've already alluded to and was alluded to by the applicant there, the area, because of the nature of where it is with the hospital and with Akeley Heads, is already covered in TROs. So essentially, you know, you've got to park in a designated space, or you're contravening a traffic regulation order, which is controlled under different mechanisms.
And also, just to clarify, in relation to the people might look and there's 232 rooms and there's only 6 parking spaces. Can you just highlight, sort of go over the reason how that works and thoughts on that? You probably get the question.
Yeah, the developer's offering it up as kind of a car-free development, and students will know when they sign up to live there that they won't get a space, there isn't a space. And then again, if the streets around it were unregulated, we'd be having a very different conversation about this. But there is, you know, you have to look at the harm of that level of car parking. If students choose to bring a car, then it's going to be some significant distance before they will find a street without a restriction on it.
Thank you for that, Phil. Much appreciated. Open up to the committee. Craig, you got your hand up?
It's a question just to the planning officer, because I just want to go back to what's on the board there by the City of Durham Trust, because and they do point out this contradiction here about the fact that you nod and wink to Dryburn House and saying that, you know, that there had views of the cathedral and that is important, but now you don't consider it important that the hospital has views. Is it? I just want to know why you've pinned down on that, and why it's acceptable for one thing and not the other. And is it to do with the fact that Dryburn House was the entire building was designated to look at the cathedral, whereas the hospital just had a window sort of thing? I just wonder if you can clarify that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not a conservation officer, so I'll try and do my best to explain the discussions I had with the team. So I think by including Dryburn House has probably caused a bit of confusion, so I wish I hadn't put it in, to be honest. But what the point was is that Dryburn House, from a heritage perspective, was actually designed with the grounds to take advantage of the views of the World Heritage Site. It was architecturally positioned and designed for that purpose. I think the difference is the hospital. Its primary purpose is, you know, a hospital to serve patients. I think it's just it's been designed there, and they've just exploited the views by putting sort of glazing in there. And I suppose what the members have to decide is the hospital a public view? I mean, I don't think people go there just for the view. They go there, and it's a canteen, and I wouldn't feel very comfortable overriding conservation officers for a view from a canteen. I think there's a bit of a difference there between architecturally designed, you know, heritage house. I suppose it was designed for that purpose a long time ago. So I suppose from my point of view as a plan officer, is that there's been no level of harm identified by our conservation team. If you do think that there is some harm for it, then you'd have to identify the level of harm, and then if there is any harm, are there any public benefits would outweigh that harm? From my point of view, I don't think it's worth my while to go against the advice from conservation, because, you know, they know the area well. They've gone through various views from not just the site itself, but from afar, and I think their assessment is quite robust, and not just the one officer, but it's been like a team effort. From my perspective, I came into this application pretty late. I inherited this about September time, where there was a preliminary visual assessment submitted, but the conservation team did their own work as well behind the scenes, and that's why they've come with those comments in the report.
Thank you, Craig. Jonathan, over to you.
I just want to make a point on the issue of need in relation to student housing and accommodation in Durham. Obviously, this has been a huge issue for us all going back decades. So a lot of us elected members who live sort of in the vicinity of the Durham City area, we know this issue very well. And this is what the Durham University have to say about that issue. I'm reading from the Durham University website, their housing hub. What to know when, look, this is a message to students, basically. What to know when looking for student housing. There's enough student housing. This is their words. There has been enough accommodation in the city for everyone who wanted it this year, with many properties vacant or under-occupied for the new academic year 24-25. Our analysis suggests that there will be enough housing in Durham to meet the demands for 2025-2026. Housing supply will see a small increase of up to 1%, and they go on. Basically, their message to students is you don't need to rush into getting the first household that comes along, the first opportunity for a rented property that comes along. Of course, that's what landlords want, because it pulls people into occupying properties that, you know, might be very expensive. But this issue, I just think it's erroneous to present there being a crisis in terms of need for student accommodation in Durham City, when the university is saying the exact opposite to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jonathan. Anybody else? Any comments, questions? Craig, over to you.
I'll further the debate on if no one has. I think yeah, it's another one of these things where I always enjoy listening to City of Durham Trust, because I think they always bring very intellectually sound arguments that always make me think about an application, and I always want to agree with them, but it's annoying that the planning rules get in the way of such things. I find it hard to object to this. I think if there wasn't another multi-storey housing development situated in the very near vicinity of it, I think there'd be a strong argument to say that we need to object to this. And I think the car park wasn't just, you know, it's as you pointed out, Councillor Bell, it could close tomorrow. It's not a formal car park that has a designated, you know, it has to exist. It could disappear tomorrow. And I think the thing that the kind of big nail in the coffin for me is, you know, having, you know Durham City as well. People hate HMOs. If you don't like HMOs, the alternative is you've got to have this. All right, there's no two ways about it. You've got to have one or the other. You can't have both. So I'm confident with the planning officer's conclusions, and I would like to propose that we support them. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Craig. Just one moment, Neil. Just wants to clarify.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a point of clarification, really, with Councillor Peake, because I know that she did miss some of the speakers on this, particularly the majority of what Councillor Holland said. So I'm assuming that in those circumstances she's not going to take part in the vote on this, but of course she can remain, you know, during the decision.
Jim, over to you.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy with the application as well, and I'm happy to second it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've got a proposal and a second. Jonathan, you?
Yes, I don't think that the committee has really a sort of sufficiently valid, you know, reason to override the officer's recommendation on this one, but I do have concerns about the application. I do think those need to be said. There's this sort of fallacy in relation to need that's been presented. It is overbearing. You know, it's very large in comparison to the adjacent care home. So there are issues there that we should be considerate of. There are positive aspects to the application as well that I wanted to point out. In particular, its connectivity to the cycle infrastructure, which is excellent. And actually, I think it's a good thing that this private car park is going, because it's going to mean that more people then use more sustainable forms of transport to get in and out of the city, especially using the park and ride network, for example. I do think, though, that we're being let down once again in terms of the visual quality of the building. No, it's just ugly. We don't ever seem to get any real design flair when it comes to the proposals coming forwards. So, yeah, they're my points I would make, Chair.
Yeah, valid points, Jonathan. Yeah, just on the need, you know, even, you know, I guess it's a business decision on the need, but even if let's say if the need wasn't there, it might, you know, force students to come out of HMOs down the line into the dedicated accommodation. So, yeah. Anyhow, we've had a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Craig Martin, seconded by Councillor Jim Atkinson. All those in favour? And those against? And abstentions? One abstention. And that's thank you everybody for that one. And last but not least on the agenda, we have construction of Greener Grid Park comprising of energy storage and grid balancing along with associated infrastructure, landscaping and access. And this is land east of Spennymoor National Grid Station at Thinford. And again, we have Richard doing the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so the last one on the agenda. Construction of Greener Grid Park comprising of energy storage and grid balancing along with associated infrastructure, landscaping and access to the land east of Spennymoor National Grid on Thinford Lane. So yes, the proposal is for 38 containerised battery storage units and associated facilities comprising up to 70 megawatts and will eventually be connected to the National Grid by underground cable. It is a form of energy infrastructure that would store energy and then release electricity to the National Grid network when demand exceeds generation. The site is located next to the existing Spennymoor substation on the busy Thinford Lane Highway and 1 kilometre east of Spennymoor. There are no residential properties in close proximity to the site except for the access point opposite Metal Bridge to the east. The site is agricultural use at the moment identified as Grade 3 agricultural land and therefore does not fall into the classification of best and most versatile agricultural land. The surrounding land is open countryside. Development has been approved for a battery storage site to the southeast of the application site and also a solar farm to the north. Just some photographs to show you. This is just from Thinford Lane. The current substation is screened by dense tree cover, where the current application site proposes enhanced landscaping to screen gaps in the current hedgerow. It can be seen that the site is relatively flat and surrounded by open countryside. Just in particular, the bottom right photo shows the access point of Thinford Lane at Metal Bridge, which would be widened, and then also passing places created in the access road. The site will be a combination of aggregate, tarmac, batteries, inverters and transformers. It's proposed to screen the site with new trees and hedging. And quickly just the elevations, the batteries would be lined up in a row and also be up to approximately 3 metres high. Quickly run through the consultations. There's been no objections from consultees, with supporting comments from Ferry Hill Town Council, as it would assist in the distribution of renewable energy, be a net gain in biodiversity, and the visual impact would be minimal. The Highways Authority also has no objections, as the operation of the development would generate a low level of vehicle movements and construction traffic would not be significant to an existing busy highway. A construction traffic management plan has been submitted that proposes improvement works to the access track leading to the site. Also, the landscape officer has no objections, stating the proposal will cause a degree of harm to the character of the local landscape. However, it would be seen in context of the existing Spennymoor substation and other permitted energy infrastructure. There's also proposed landscapings that would also screen the site. The fire department have also been consulted and responded with no objection. There was initially 3 letters of objection that have been received from local residents who had raised immediate concerns regarding the loss of green space and the proximity to neighbouring properties. However, there were no objections received during the recent reconsultation with amended plans. So just to quickly summarise, the MPPF gives significant weight to the benefits associated with renewable energy and low carbon energy generation, and the proposals contribute to a net zero future. Whilst it is accepted that the proposed development would have an impact to the open landscape, it is considered that the benefits of the development in terms of energy supply, support for renewable energy, biodiversity enhancement and job creation would outweigh the harm, and planning permission should be granted. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Many thanks again for that, Richard. We have only one speaker on the application, which is supporter, and YK Chong. Why you have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members and Chair of the Planning Committee. My name is Wai-Kit Chung and I'm the Principal Planning Manager at Statcraft for Spennymoor Greener Grid Park. I'm here today to urge you to support this proposal in line with the Officer's recommendation. Spennymoor Greener Grid Park will help stabilise the grid to allow it to handle more renewable energy and support Durham's decarbonisation targets. This will help the country to reach net zero, bolster energy security and reduce pressures on bill payers. The proposal before you today has been designed with the input of the local community following our public exhibition in July 22. We are also delighted that the proposal has the support of Ferryhill Town Council, who we are grateful for their input as the proposals progressed. We're also pleased to have received no statutory objections to our proposal. Spennymoor Greener Grid Park is an essential part of a successful transition to net zero for Durham as the county generates increasing amounts of electricity from new renewable sources. We are proud to be aligned with the council's vision for a decarbonised Durham and to assist in addressing its declaration of a climate emergency since 2019. Our proposal will be a significant step towards reducing the council's carbon emissions by 80% as per the council's pledge. Our plans for a greener grid park at Spennymoor will help achieve a renewables-ready grid network for importing, storing and exporting electricity when it's needed, when the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining. Although at times renewable technologies can meet the energy demand on the grid, there have been instances where there has been a need to pause the renewable supply and switch on fossil fuel power plants to stabilise the network. This is costing both the environment and bill payers. Our proposal represents a real opportunity today for Durham County to secure its green energy future by reducing reliance on imported fuels in our shared fight against climate change by ensuring more renewable energy gets onto the grid. We have also designed Spennymoor Greener Grid Park in a way that works for the local community and local environment. This includes thoughtful design that includes a landscape buffer of over 500 new trees and shrubs, minimising visual impact and enhancing biodiversity. The site is also located close to Spennymoor substation. This means the cable connection to the site can be shorter and less intrusive. At Statcraft, we're committed to being a good neighbour and want to make sure that Spennymoor Greener Grid Park delivers significant community benefits as well as creating opportunities to support the local economy. Our proposals will support local community projects through an annual community benefit fund of £20,000 to be invested into local green and environmental initiatives. This will be available starting at construction and continuing over the project's operational lifetime. We're also committed to working with local business groups to increase awareness of opportunities to get involved in the construction and operation of our projects. For example, over £1.6 million was invested in the local supply chain at Keith Greener Grid Park in Moray, Scotland. In summary, the proposal before you today will support in the fight against climate change, bring tangible local benefits, and solve a lasting issue with our Greener Grid network, I trust you can support your officer's recommendation with regard to our proposal. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Wycliffe, for that. Much appreciate that. Committee, over to you, Jonathan.
First of all, to thank the applicant for waiting so patiently throughout the rest of the day. I hope you enjoyed the previous. I think, just say very briefly, applications such as this are so important because as a nation we do need to transition from one form of energy to another. That's not just about tackling the challenges of climate change as well, which is also so extremely important. It's about resilience in terms of our energy networks, especially given the instability that's sort of growing around the rest of the world at the moment. We rapidly need to move away from fossil fuels, oil and gas, and this is a very important step in that direction. So I'm very happy to say that I'd like to propose that we stick with the officer's recommendation on this application, Chair.
Thank you, Jonathan. Craig, over to you.
Just to say that I think the only disappointing thing about this application is quite often when we get these kind of applications, there's a lot of greenery about them, whereas with this application, there's a lot of concrete being put down for the batteries, etc., whereas normally we quite often sort of have the discussion about loss of farmland, etc., but we normally have, but then they say we've got sheep grazing underneath the solar panels and stuff like that. So there's a bit of loss of sort of green space and stuff like that, but overall, I don't think that's a reason to object to this application. You know, I drive past that every day. It might very well be farmland, it might very well be countryside, but it's not aesthetically pleasing when you look around yourself and look around the area. So I'm happy to second the approval.
Thank you for that, Craig. And David?
Yeah, It's on the same point, just a technical question. Obviously, the equipment that goes in is going to have a high electricity charge, so the openness of it and such. Is there any more mitigation that you can do with screening and things rather than what you've done?
Oh, sorry.
Well, I've got mine on.
Sorry. When you say sort of screening, do you mean from a landscape visual perspective rather than a protection perspective? You know, at the end of the day, we've you know, the site is quite sort of adjoining the substation already, as it is, and effectively the area that we are sort of leasing from the landowner, from the farmer, it's quite restricted. But having said that, you know, we can't really go and plant further stuff to the south in particular because we're constrained, particularly when it comes to tree planting, by the overhead line that's to the south. And so therefore, if you plant trees, I don't think National Grid will be very happy because you're eating into their buffer. So we've done as much as we can to plant as much as we can. I know that the landscape officer is also, you know, satisfied with that.
I know the site very well, and the existing structure there is a bit, you know, but I just wanted to double check that you had actually looked at it, and I presume there was technical reasons why you couldn't do it.
Thank you, David. And Councillor Jim Atkinson.
Yes, Chair, I agree with everything that's just been said, and I just wanted to thank the gentleman particularly for, he has had a very long day. This is the longest day I've ever been in here.
Absolutely, yeah, and thank you for sitting through all that. And I thought when the first one was solar panels, you would probably not want to sit through. Any further questions on that one? No, and we have a proposer with Councillor Jonathan Elmer and a seconder from, was it Councillor Craig or David? All those in favour? And again, that is unanimous. That concludes today's business, and thank you everyone for today's attendance. Thank you.